All right, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so we will call the Law Amendments Law Amendments Committee for October 31st, 2022 to order. Welcome, everybody, here to Province House. My name's Brad Johns. I am the MLA for Sackville-Uniacke, as well as Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I'll be chairing for part of our meeting today. Before we get things underway, I'd like to give the MLAs that are present an opportunity to introduce themselves for the record, and we'll start with the government side.
Good morning, Colton LeBlanc, MLA for Argyle and Minister of a couple different hats. I'll leave it at that. Well.
Morning, Danielle Barkos, MLA for Chester St. Margaret's.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kent Smith. I'm the MLA for the Eastern Shore.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Ritzy, MLA, Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Kelly Regan, MLA for Bedford Basin.
Good morning. Patricia Arab, MLA for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Barry Burrell, Halifax, Shabukto.
Halifax, Little Sable Island.
Thank you, everyone. And for the record, I'd also like to introduce Ledge Council who are with us today. To my left is Karen Kingley, and to my right is Gordon Hebb. Before we start our presentations, I'd like to run down some of the rules. I'd like to remind everyone to please turn your cell phones off or to put them on vibrate. I would remind anyone who is attending in the audience to please remain respectful at all times. No shouting, cheering, either for or against what is discussed. Please keep your behavior in line. If there's any disorderly behavior, you will be asked to leave. I'd ask that there be no pictures or video taken by anyone other than the accredited media that are present. Presenters are asked not to use any props of any type. If presenters have handouts for the committee members, please provide them to the page at the door, and she'll make sure that they're distributed to members. Copies of all written submissions on a bill that have been received by email up to the time when the bill is reported back to House or in person during the LAC meeting will be given to library staff to be posted online. Submissions received after a bill has been reported back to the House are distributed electronically to LAC members but are not posted online. Presenters, if they're wearing masks, feel free to remove those when you're presenting. Also, like to point out that anyone who is presenting today was required to provide notification to Ledge Council office of their intent to speak, so we'll be proceeding from that list today. The agenda listing, the order in which presenters will be invited to speak is available for viewing at the corner table next to Minister LeBlanc. When your name is called, please come forward, state your name, how you would like the committee to refer to you, and the organization, if any, that you represent. Regarding presentation time, if there are 8 or less speakers signed up on a particular bill, each presenter will be provided 10 minutes to address the committee with 5 minutes of follow-up. However, if there's more than 8 presenters on a particular bill, then each presenter will have 5 minutes to present to the committee with 5 minutes to follow up from members for questions. I'll alert speakers when they have 1 minute left in their presentation time. And I would ask that if the room is crowded, once a speaker is concluded doing their presentation, that they leave so that they make room for someone else who has yet to present. All right, I think that's it. So with that, we'll get things underway. We have our first 3 items that are here today. Bill number 215, Invest Nova Scotia Board Act. Bill number 219, Gaming Control Act. And Bill number 228, the Public Utilities Act. We have no presentation for any of those 3. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing on those? Go to MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to close debate on Bills 215, 219, and 228.
Motion to close public hearing on those three. Go to MLA LaChance. I'm sorry.
Just to double check, will we be voting on each of these separately?
I believe he was going to move them in block.
Okay, we'd like to vote on each of them separately.
Okay, yep. So a motion to close the public hearing on each of those. Go to MLA Regan.
So my list has a presenter for Bill 212 and 228. The very last on my list, it indicates there is someone coming on 228.
I'll go to Ledge Council, please. Gordon Hebb.
Well, the caucuses were provided
Okay.
a schedule on Friday. That schedule has changed this morning, and people have indicated either they didn't want to, I think it was actually wanted to talk on a different bill than they'd indicated last week.
Thank you, MLA. Any other questions? Motion on the floor to close public hearing. All those in favor signify aye. Those opposed, nay. So we'll now look for motions. I would ask that they be split. So we'll go to MLA Smith for a motion on Bill 215.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 215 be reported back to the House without amendment.
Motion on the floor. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. Moving on to, that has carried. Moving on to Bill number 219. MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 219 be reported back to the House without amendment.
Gaming Control Act, report it back to House with no amendments. All those in favor, aye. Nay. Those opposed, nay. Thank you. That's carried. Bill number 228. I'll go to MLA Smith again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I move that Bill 228 be reported back to the House without amendment.
Motion on the floor. Those in favor signify aye. Those opposed, nay. And that's also moved. Thank you. So we move on to our next one. Our next bill is Bill number 214, Invest Nova Scotia Act, and Bill 216, Build Nova Scotia Act. We have one presenter who I believe is going to speak on both of these. It's Patrick Sullivan, who is the President and CEO of Halifax Chamber of Commerce. And I believe, do you have Nicholas? Yes. So for the record, I'll let you both introduce yourselves and once how you would like to be identified by committee members, and then you'll have 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes follow-up.
Do I need to press the button here? Yeah.
I'll go to speaker, or presenter, I'm sorry.
There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Sullivan. I'm the CEO of the Halifax Chamber of Commerce. I'll introduce myself more fully in a moment.
Good morning. I'm Nicholas Cunningham, Policy Analyst with the Halifax Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, and whenever you're ready, I'll start your time.
That's great. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I am the President and CEO of the Halifax Chamber of Commerce. To give you a little background, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce is an organization of over 1,800 members that represent over 68,000 employees. That includes for-profit and over 300 not-for-profit agencies in our community. As part of our strategic plan, we work to provide the services our members need, events that will help them learn, and we advocate for conditions in the economy that enhance their prosperity. We have several specific goals in our current strategy, but the one that I'm here to focus on today is the optimization of the size of government through reduced tax burden, efficient spending, and increased revenue. On July 27th, the province of Nova Scotia announced the consolidation of 5 Crown corporations into 2. In general, we are in favor of the concept of less bureaucracy, greater efficiency, improved speed of decision-making, and less duplication among government organizations. As I mentioned, one of our goals in our strategic plan is to optimize the size of government. That being said, we are not in favor of the way the province has decided to implement the governance model of these new Crown corporations. On October 19th, the government introduced the two new pieces of legislation that we're here to discuss today, Bill 214 and Bill 216, which consolidated 4 Crown Corps into 2 new ones. The concern we have is not, again, with the consolidation of these organizations, although it would have been good to understand what efficiencies would be accomplished. Our issue is with the system of governance and oversight proposed for these organizations. Sections 23A of Bill 214 and Sections 22A of Bill 216 respectively state that the Advisory Board shall report to the Minister through the Chief Executive Officer. This is simply not a good example of a best practice model. The government seems to have some confusion about Crown corporations and their governance model. As recently as today, as reported in All Nova Scotia, the Premier was forced to defend the independence of Invest Nova Scotia and its decisions, stating that decisions will lie with the CEO and staff. However, the CEO does report directly to the Minister of Economic Development. The structure proposed reflects the current administration's seemingly lack of awareness when it comes to the role and importance of good governance. The Board of Directors of a Crown Corporation has a legal responsibility to act in the best interests of the corporation and to exercise due care and diligence. A board is expected to provide strategic guidance to management and oversee the activities of the corporation. While an advisory board can provide valuable assistance to a company, the major differences lie in its fiduciary responsibilities. The level of fiduciary responsibility or obligation is much higher in a board of directors than an advisory board. If we look to the Canadian government's Crown Corporation guidelines, it states the board of directors of a Crown Corporation has the legal responsibility to act in the best interests of the corporation and to exercise due care and diligence. The board is expected to provide strategic guidance to management and oversee the activities of the corporation, close quote. When we look at this bill, the advisory board has no capacity to create bylaws, has no required number of meetings, and no requirement to create a board charter to assist in its role. Good board governance has many benefits, below are some of the most significant board responsibilities: CEO hiring, direction, performance management, and succession planning, setting strategic direction for the organization, identifying principal risks for the corporation, and ensuring systems to manage risk are in place, provide a high level of operational oversight and responsibility for audit review. The announcement of the new legislation continued the trend which started with the elimination of the Nova Scotia Health Authority Board and the CEO, the Tourism Nova Scotia Board, the boards for InnovaCorp, NSBI, Develop Nova Scotia, and now Perennia and the new housing group of housing boards. Terminating these boards with a future promise of an advisory board and displacing the responsibility between the board and the CEO with a reporting relationship between the CEO and minister without a board's involvement is a poor example of governance. We've yet to see the rationale for less governance of these and other organizations which have been consolidated with no oversight by a board of directors. How will not having a board of directors expedite effective decision-making and effective governance without political interference? In conclusion, our concerns with the Invest Nova Scotia Act and the Build Nova Scotia Act, and now others, are centered around the lack of proper governance. An advisory board provides less oversight and creates the potential for accusations of political interference for the ministers who oversee these files. As such, we feel the legislation should be amended to reflect a proper governance structure with the establishment of a board of directors and a reporting relationship with the chief executive officer reporting to a board of directors and then an appointed chair of the board who reports to the minister. Thank you very much. Be happy to take any questions you may have.
And we will go to questions of members. I do have a question from MLA Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Mr. Sullivan is here presenting on 2 bills, I would request that if needed, he be allowed double the time for questions since he's here doing those 2 bills together.
We'll go forward and see how we're doing for time. There's still 10 minutes, including he only used 5 minutes of presentation. So, MLA Arab.
Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Sullivan, Thank you for this presentation. We have a bill in front of us. It's very unlikely that it's going to go back and be rewritten. So in terms of amendments to clear up some of the holes that this current piece of legislation has, in your opinion, what could some clear amendments be that you would suggest?
I'll recognize presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'd refer you back to the Tourism Nova Scotia bill that was completed in 2015. That bill had 3 or 4 or 5 sections on what a board would do and how the board would be structured. It would seem to me that copying and pasting from that bill and inserting that in these number of bills might be a good way to overcome the issue.
Go to MLA LaChance, please.
Hi, thank you so much for coming in this morning. And I think you encapsulated a lot of the concerns that were raised in the House last week. In debate last week, the minister stated, and I don't know if I need to table this, but I can, that, you know, the role of a minister, like the minister's accountable no matter what. So the minister's accountable under a Crown Corps, so what's the difference here? And I guess I'm wondering if you could reflect from your perspective on what is the difference in terms of ministerial accountability and transparency under the two models, as is, and the proposed change.
Go to the presenter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what I would say, I was lucky enough to actually be the CEO of a special operating agency inside of government that was subsequently converted to a Crown corporation. So I've kind of experienced some of this. I had an advisory board. The reality was there was always confusion between the advisory board, who thought they were a governance board. In my 3 years as the CEO of the Nova Scotia Tourism Agency, I spoke to the minister, but reported to the deputy minister, never reported to a minister. So it's a bit of a fallacy, I think, to believe that a CEO will ultimately they'll report through the deputy minister. The legislation does not state that, but that, I suspect, will be the practice. So I think those are some of the ways I think that this would concern me.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll recognize MLA Regan, please.
In today, could you give us some examples of what happens when you have boards that don't do the kind of due diligence that we have come to expect and have seen with Tourism Nova Scotia, et cetera?
Recognize presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think I would have to go a little broader than simply Crown corporations. But I mean, I have a board of directors. I report to that board of directors. They do my evaluation on an annual basis, and as they should. I report to the chair. I am the only employee of the board of directors. If I was to think of these organizations in particular, the insulation, if I can put it that way, that a board would provide to a minister and to the group would be significant if you had a board. If I think of InnovaCorps as an example, which is a group that will provide funding for startup or organizations that are seeking funding. You know, you may or may not know 9 out of 10 organizations funded by VCs fail. I suspect that would put a deputy minister, the ultimate report, who the CEO would report to, in a difficult position to evaluate the 9 failing organizations, or to pick the 9 failing organizations and to only choose the one organization. It's just a very, very difficult position. I think I believe you're putting government in a very, very difficult position. I don't think this bill does any favors to government. And I think the example we saw in All Nova Scotia this morning, where the Premier was quizzed last week about governance and political interference, I think will become a common question whenever investments are made by any of these organizations or decisions are made by these organizations without the insulation level that a board may provide and the accountability and the decision-making at the board level.
Thank you, and I will go to MLA Burrell and then come back. MLA Burrell, please.
Thank you. Thanks for this explanation, which is very succinct and clear. But you have used very strong language here. You've said that the government is confused about the central matter, and you said that the government is unaware about the central matter. I'm sure these words have been used on purpose and advisedly. So is it your sense, in fact, that the government is simply unaware and confused about this matter, has not read books on this matter, or indeed are you intimating that the sense of some other agenda?
Go to the presenter, please.
I would prefer to think that there is no other agenda. I would prefer to think that there's just a lack of awareness by the government in a manner to, in their belief, expedite some of the decisions that these organizations may make. They may see this as the best route. I think that is not true, and I think that having a board of directors would actually serve them well and eliminate some of the confusion that may be apparent within the organization and in the governance of the organization.
I'll go to MLA Arab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sullivan, why should you're here representing the Halifax Chamber of Commerce, and you've clearly articulated what's of concern, what would be of concern for those members of the Chamber of Commerce. Why should the average citizen worry about these pieces of legislation if the amendments that you're suggesting do not get put in?
Presenter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the reality is, as I mentioned during my presentation, we have a specific focus area, and that is to optimize the size of government through efficient spending. I believe that the average consumer should be concerned about spending. They should be concerned about well-run, effective organizations because it's their tax dollars, after all. These organizations have budgets of, that'll total well over $100 million, probably more than that, actually, a couple of $100 million. And that's ultimately taxpayer money, and I think it is right for those organizations to be well-run and well-governed in order for them to fulfill their mandate.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll go to MLA Regan with 1.5 minutes left, and that's with extended time.
Thank you. So in terms of what you see when you look at the structure or the lack of structure that's suggested here, this does put the government in the business of picking winners and losers, who's going to get funding, who's not going to get funding, who's going to have their funding pulled, et cetera. Suddenly, government's fingers are directly in the business of this particular organization, correct?
Go to the presenter, please.
Well, I think these organizations, particularly Innovacor, which will now be part of Invest, are in the business of picking winners and losers. It would seem to me that if a minister wants to be held ultimately accountable, then they will be the one that ultimately, without that level of insulation, is the one that is tasked with picking winners and losers.
All right, thank you. And that your time's going to ring here in like 2 seconds. You gentlemen are the first speaker up on the next bill. If you want to just remain where you are, we'll move this one. Look for a motion to close public hearing on this. Minister LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to close public hearing on Bill 214 and as well 216.
Motion to close public hearing on Bill 214 as well as 216. All those in favor signify with aye. Those against, nay. Thank you. and I'm looking for a motion to refer these back to the House. I'll go to Minister LeBlanc again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bills 214 and 216 be referred back to the House without amendments.
Motion on the floor. All those in favor signify aye. Those opposed, nay. That will go back. Thank you. Minister, just before we move on, I will remind you, I know you have a pretty diverse portfolio. I'm not sure which ones. If there is one that comes forward that falls directly under yours, I'll just ask you. Okay, thank you. Recognize MLA Regan, please.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe I actually heard more nays than, that I think more people voted nay than voted yay on that last one. So I understand the government has a number of people here, but if they're not voting, and we all are, then that hasn't passed.
Thank you. I don't agree with that. I did see heads nodding and yays, so that bill has passed. But I do take that into recognition, and I will remind members, please speak loudly and into your microphones. Thank you. Moving on now to our next bill, which is Bill number 212, the Public Utilities Act amended. We will open the public hearing on this one, and we'll come back to our first presenters, Patrick Sullivan, President and CEO, and Nicholas Cunningham, Policy Analysis with Halifax Chamber of Commerce. Once again, gentlemen, you have 10 minutes to present, and then there will be 5 minutes of follow-up. I will remind, before you start, I will remind committee members, as per all law amendments since I've started, we do have more than 8 speakers in regards to this bill. The first 8 speakers will be allowed the 10 minutes to present to the committee, and then 5 minutes of questions. When we move on to speaker number 9 or beyond that, we reduce that time, 5-minute presentation to 5 minutes of follow-up. So, Mr. Sullivan, you have 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes of follow-up questions.
Great.
And whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will dispense with who I am. Move right into our comments. You have copies of our comments, so I will skim over this document. I may not read every sentence. So, new legislation was proposed on October 19th by the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables to make amendments to the Public Utilities Act to restrict Nova Scotia Power's ability to raise rates past 1.8% a year over the next 2 years, with the exception of fuel and purchase power. I want to be sure to say most of my members are likely happy that their power rates will not increase dramatically during an inflationary period. In a recent survey by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce Data Lab, rising inflation, recruitment and retention, and rising costs for debts and inputs were all listed as the biggest obstacles that Halifax businesses expect for the next 3 months. Having low predictable rates for the next 2 years is one less stress in their near-term operational planning. Despite this, we believe there are a number of unintended consequences of this proposed legislation, and I will list our concerns. Excuse me. Number one, the overstepping of the Nova Scotia Utilities and Review Board, an independent body whose mandate includes the regulation of public utilities, including Nova Scotia Power and the province's 5 municipal electric utilities, to set rates and ensure that consumers receive safe and reliable services at a reasonable price. The board balances that responsibility with the need to ensure reasonable return. The board balances that responsibility with the need to ensure utilities are given a reasonable opportunity to earn a fair return on their investments. Without that reasonable return, investors would not be willing to fund or invest in the utility. The board determines rates using the cost of service method. This method is intended to set rates at a level that will allow a utility to recover reasonably incurred costs plus a reasonable profit. The total of costs and profit is referred to as the revenue requirement. While several factors are involved in setting a fair and reasonable return, generally the board sets a rate of return equal to the return investors could expect to receive on an investment of comparable risk elsewhere in the economy. So what is the point of having this board and the mandates if government can simply overstep them and impose rate decisions whenever they like? The question that remains unanswered is whether the government will allow Nova Scotia Power to increase their rates after a 2-year restriction period. The Bank of Canada has forecast that it could take roughly 2 years to rein in inflation. However, there are many factors domestically and globally that could prolong that battle. Therefore, by the end of the 2-year restriction period, will the current provincial government allow a significant rate hike approximately 7 months before the 2025 provincial election? I will let you draw your own conclusions, but once legislation like this is in place, it is very rarely repealed or rectified as promised, and we feel this legislation will likely follow that path. Number 3, concern for the green targets that were laid out in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. Nova Scotia Power has said that this measure threatens the company's ability to meet legislated greenhouse gas reductions that include ending the use of coal to generate electricity and generating 80% of power from renewable sources by 2030. Despite the restrictions, the minister expects Nova Scotia Power to meet their targeted environmental goals. It seems counterintuitive to ask more of Nova Scotia Power while simultaneously reducing their financial capacity. Beyond simply the environmental consequences, our concern is that companies operating in Nova Scotia may reduce their business activity because the province is not meeting its climate goals. Number 4, the intervention in the province's UARB sends a message to the business community that Nova Scotia is an unpredictable and unstable environment for investment. This is highlighted by the downgrading of Emera by the Standard & Poor's Global Rating Agency. Capital markets and lenders may decide that Nova Scotia is not a reliable place to invest. The rising cost of capital and debt means the utility may have to defer or terminate plans around its climate change initiatives and storm preparedness. Some have also speculated that if Emera is unable to secure the capital needed to participate in the Atlantic Loop, that the $2 billion of federal funding earmarked for this project could be in jeopardy. The province is sending the wrong signal with this legislation that Nova Scotia is a safe, or it should be saying that Nova Scotia is a safe and reliable place for business to invest in. And finally, we are deeply concerned with the government interfering in a private company's finances despite having a lack of fiscal responsibility themselves. In the most recently published provincial budget for 21-22, the government projects a 6.6% increase in operating expenses next year, while suggesting Nova Scotia Power should limit themselves to 1.8% per year for 2 years after 10 years of no non-fuel rate increases. The deficit for this fiscal year is expected to be $650 million and is projected to average over $360 million a year for the next 3 years. Additionally, the projected net debt is forecast to increase to $22.9 billion by 2025-26. This is an increase of $6.1 billion over a 4-year period, or 8.3% a year, and will result in a 40% debt to GDP ratio. I've said 10% above the IVNI target of 30%, but it's actually a 33% increase over that number. To put it in perspective, the province's total deficit has increased only $2 billion over the past 8 years. I could have gone back farther, and it wasn't a significant increase over that period as well, at 1.68% a year over those years. Debt servicing alone currently accounts for over 5.3% of our provincial budget, or $676 million a year, and that's before we add that $6 billion at now over 3% interest rates. Therefore, should the government be setting fiscal restrictions on a company that is proven to be stable, be a stable enterprise? In summary, although we do have members that are very happy about the cap on rates for the next 2 years, we and they are concerned about the longer-term implications. I won't summarize those implications, but I'll simply repeat the 5 comments that I had. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today, and I'd be pleased to take questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go to members of the committee for questions, starting with MLA Regan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you did reference in your remarks our inability to meet our climate targets, and we do know that one of the ways that we will get to those climate targets is through the Atlantic Loop. Now we've heard NS Power say that we may not be able to actually do that. Both the Nova Scotia Power and the government have referenced a Plan B. Does that concern you that we don't know what Plan B is at this point if we're going to meet those targets? That we're, again, to me, it sort of underlined what you said there about Nova Scotia being an unstable market. People don't know what they're investing in when they come here. They don't know what the situation is. They don't know if we're going to meet our targets. Does that concern you that we don't know what Plan B is?
Recognized speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what Plan B is either. I think what I would be concerned about is it is almost 2023. Large energy projects take years and years and years, not only to actually make happen, but to get approved, to get the land, all of those sorts of things. We're 7 years away from 2030. That would be my major concern.
Thank you. I'll recognize MLA LaChance, please.
Thank you. I have like 2 questions I want to ask, but I'll try and prioritize. So you referenced the fact that a lot of your members are happy that they today, tomorrow aren't going to face a huge increase. But what would, I guess, if you had a crystal ball, what would you expect to see past 2025? Like, what would be the ongoing impacts of not having increases over the next 2 years, and then, as you speculated, probably longer than 2 years?
Recognize presenter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think 2 things. Our members are concerned about reliability, and not investing at the rates proposed would, I believe, and I think our members would be concerned that reliability may be at risk. And if you defer maintenance, then often you're left with a larger bill down the road. So I think our members would be concerned with a larger bill down the road that would ultimately be more harmful than the 1.8% a year for the next 2 years.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentations and your time. I'll ensure that the items you submitted are forwarded to the appropriate ministers as well. So thank you very much.
That's great.
Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Moving on now to our second speaker, Brian Guilford. Good morning and welcome. Once again, I will quickly remind you that each speaker has 10 minutes to present to council, to the committee, I'm sorry, and then with 5 minutes of follow-up questions. I'd ask that you identify yourself for the record, please, any organizations that you may be here, if you're representing those, and how you would like to be addressed by the committee members. And then I'll give you your 10 minutes starting after that.
Okay, my name is Brian Gifford. I'm with the Affordable Energy Coalition. And how I would like to be addressed, is that what you said? I guess he, him, is that what you mean? Or Brian, yeah, Brian is fine.
Thank you, Brian, and whenever you're ready, you can start. Thank
very
you.
Informal. Well, thank you for this opportunity to be here. I always appreciate the opportunity to speak on laws that are being proposed. Claire McNeil and I spoke to you last April 13th for the Affordable Energy Coalition, so a lot of you have already heard me before. I'm not going to read my presentation, but I'm going to speak to it. We spoke about the last set of amendments to the Public Utilities Act regarding power rates packaged in Bill 147 in April. We have spoken to you and many others in many public processes related to power rates for the last 2 decades. Frankly, we could not be more frustrated to see that steps toward a systemic rate relief program for low-income households, similar to one in Ontario and others in many U.S. utilities, is not included in these proposed amendments. Here we are in Nova Scotia with the highest rates of energy poverty in the country, about 50% of Nova Scotians using outrageously expensive fossil fuel heat, primarily oil. The proposal for a 25% increase in Nova Scotia power rates trimmed by this bill to something closer to 12 to 15%. If now is not the time to to create a regulated low-income rate relief program. When will there ever be a time? I and thousands of Nova Scotians are counting on you to finally create a systemic program to deal with high bills while we get off fossil fuels into the cheaper, zero-carbon energy system we know is possible and will come. It can't come soon enough. We commend the government for exempting efficiency services from the 1.8% cap. The recently approved contract between Efficiency Nova Scotia and Nova Scotia Power includes substantial increases in overall spending on efficiency programs and a tripling in spending on low-income efficiency programs over the next 3 years. This is long-term thinking. We also commend the federal government for the $60 million to help low-income households switch from oil heat to heat pumps, which was recently announced. This is long-term thinking, although the scale must increase dramatically to help create a just transition to a fossil-free future. Finally, we recommended that the UARB reject Nova Scotia Power's proposals for higher profits and recommended instead that they be lowered. So we support the cap on profits in Bill 212. This is well supported by evidence presented at the UARB hearing. However, we, like the previous presenter, object to the massive intervention in the regulatory process. We would have preferred that you consider a cap on profits if needed after a UARB decision. We are very concerned that the 1.8% cap on NSPI expenses will knock the transition to a reliable, zero-carbon energy system off course. This is the opposite of long-term thinking. I'm going to focus on the short-term solution to high rates and bills created by volatile, unreliable, super expensive fossil fuels. Efficiency and converting from oil heat to heat pumps and other highly efficient heating systems are the long-term solutions we must continue to invest in, including programs designed to work well for low-income households, like home warming, which is an excellent program here in Nova Scotia. But for right now, we need a systematic rate relief program that goes beyond the current very limited programs like the Good Neighbor Fund and the Heating Assistance Rebate Program that are available. Our first recommendation is about how to create a systematic rate relief program. In the past, we've called this a universal service program. It has two parts. The first part we proposed on April 13th, and you refused to pass an amendment to allow it. This is to change Section 67 of the Public Utilities Act to enable the board to consider rates that are different for low-income households. This would involve amending Bill 212 by adding a clause changing Section 67 of the Act as follows, with the proposed amendments at the beginning. So the amendment would be, except as required for purposes of rate assistance programs to address energy poverty for low-income domestic (residential) consumers, all tolls, rates, and charges shall always so that first part is where the amendment would be, and then the rest of it is already what's there. All tolls, rates, and charges shall always, under substantially similar circumstances and conditions, be charged equally to all persons at the same rate. So we're saying there should be an exception based on income. The second part of our recommendations, dealing with a systematic rate relief program, is new. We've never talked about this as a legislative possibility, but this would ask the UARB to research and recommend a system to address energy poverty for low-income domestic residential consumers, including examining different options for financing the system. Please look at the top of page 4 in your copy of our presentation for the wording. This would involve amending Bill 212 by adding a clause that adds a new subsection 2 to Section 67 of the Public Utilities Act to read as follows. Amend Bill 212 by adding a clause, adding a new subsection 2 to read as follows. Sorry, that's a bit repetitive. Notwithstanding subsection 1, the board will conduct such research and direct Nova Scotia Power to conduct such pilot programs as it deems appropriate to determine the most cost-effective program designed to reduce energy poverty for low-income domestic residential consumers. This research shall consider alternative sources of financing for such a program, such as general tax revenues or different rates paid by ratepayers. This research shall be conducted in cooperation with the Consumer Advocate, the Affordable Energy Coalition, Nova Scotia Power, and any other parties the board deems appropriate. This would also involve the small numbering change as noted. On the 5th page of your handout, you can find the wording in the Ontario Energy Board Act that enables the Ontario Energy Board to administer a low-income rate relief program called the Ontario Electricity Support Program. It's not new. It's not something no one else has tried. It's something that exists. It's been shown to help. I have one more comment. I've been told that the government is unlikely to support our proposals because the opposition supports them. We welcome support from the opposition. But this is a nonpartisan issue. It's an issue that concerns the daily reality of thousands of Nova Scotian households. We urge all parties to support our proposal for a rate relief program, which we have called the Universal Service Program in the past, as I said. Just as all parties have supported good legislation to combat climate change in the past, you get unanimous approval, support for those kinds of measures, and you should get unanimous support for this kind of measure. Now is the time for a low-income rate relief program more than ever before. I will close my comments here, and I ask you to read our written presentation. But more than that, I ask you to take a courageous stand and amend Bill 212 to amend the Public Utilities Act so that low-income households can stop being held hostage to fossil fuel prices that are ruining their lives. I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will go to members of the committee for questions, starting with MLA Burrell.
Thanks for this very focused language about proposed amendments, both on page 3 and page 4. This is great. I'm thinking about your comments about how the campaign that we should join other jurisdictions that allow for differential rates for people of lower incomes. And that this is a campaign now that has had quite a history. And your point that that actually this is the moment, that it has had a long history at the Utility and Review Board. It's had a long history in proposed legislative amendments, but that this moment is really the moment of opportunity. I wonder if maybe you might want to say a little more about that.
Thank you, MLA Burrell. I'll recognize the speaker, please.
Thanks. There's two reasons for that. One of them is the increases in prices are much higher and more rapid than normal, partly because of the Ukraine war, world conditions, and so on. But fossil fuel prices have been volatile for a long, long time. Throughout the 2000s, Nova Scotia power rates went up very rapidly because of fossil fuel prices. Oil prices, which most Nova Scotians were relying on for oil heat, went up even more rapidly. Fossil fuels are the problem. Now we're experiencing that on steroids. Fossil fuel prices are going through the roof, and Nova Scotians every day are experiencing that problem. So that's one of the big reasons. The other big reason, I think, is that we now know that there's a path to lower energy costs in the future. There's a very well-established path to lower energy costs in the future. That's through efficiency and through changing to highly efficient heat pumps from oil heat, for instance, and getting off fossil fuels in our power system and electrifying transportation. We know all those things are going to reduce our energy costs in the long run. So we need a short-term rate relief program that will help the people who are hurt most strongly by the current circumstances.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? MLA Lachance, please.
Thank you for being here. And, certainly we hear all the time in my office about folks struggling to pay their bills. And I think, what I see here is too that your amendment suggests a pilot program, which I think is generous given the lack of, that we don't have a program at all. And I guess I'm wondering, why have you proposed a pilot program as opposed to just like the Ontario model or a model from another jurisdiction?
I'll go to the presenter, please. If I don't say that, they don't turn your mic on.
Yeah, okay,
so,
thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question, and we thought about that. The problem with running a pilot is it'll take a little bit longer. The advantage of making that proposal is that it means you can take the first step to what needs to happen. It means that you can have better information about exactly which kind of system to put in place. So it would take longer. The relief wouldn't come quite as fast as if you just adopted a program. Ontario's is a relatively simple program. The programs in the USA are a little more complicated. So you could look at the different options and figure out how to do it. But it would be better to do it without a pilot program and just go ahead and do it. But taking the first step is what's needed, at least a first step.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. And as with the previous presenter, I'll ensure that the appropriate minister receives your submission today as well.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate all of you listening to me for these 15 minutes or however long it was.
Thank you. Have a great day. Moving on to our next speaker, Francis Bradley. I'll ask again, I believe this is a virtual presentation, so thank you. Good day, welcome. So very quickly, I don't know if you have been following along or not. We'll do a quick mic check, and in a second here, I'll ask you to introduce yourself and any organization that you may be here representing, as well as how you would like to be addressed by committee members. You will have 10 minutes to present to the committee, and then up to 5 minutes for follow-up questions from committee members. So with that, if you would like to introduce yourself, and then we'll start your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Francis Bradley. I'm the President, Chief Executive Officer of Electricity Canada.
You may begin.
Thank you. So good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join you. I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you this morning from the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. As noted, I'm Francis Bradley with Electricity Canada. Electricity Canada is the voice of Canada's electricity sector. Our members generate, transmit, and distribute electricity to industrial, commercial, residential, and institutional customers across Canada. Our members include public and privately owned, integrated electric utilities, independent power producers, transmission and distribution companies, power marketers, and system operators. The core business of Canadian electricity companies is ensuring Canadians have access to electricity that is safe, reliable, and affordable. To meet these objectives, electricity companies must be able to invest in and appropriately maintain their infrastructure. That takes investment dollars. And to make that investment, our electricity members must be able to charge rates sufficient to fund, to operate, and to maintain their existing facilities, and invest in the infrastructure required to meet customers' evolving electricity needs. What electricity rates are fair and reasonable as circumstances change requires complex analysis. The Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board is an independent agency that transparently weighs investment funding along with a multitude of other factors. It carefully considers the evidence and submissions of proponents and interveners, and it applies its expertise to establish just and reasonable rates for each rate class and a just and reasonable rate of return for a local electric utility. The board's independence and transparent process are important, as is making an evidence-based decision. This contextual approach is the norm in Canada. However, Bill 212 deviates from this norm and fixes a single multi-year fixed increase cap for all rate classes, without a transparent balancing of factors that can provide residents of Nova Scotia and investors confidence in the result. Based on Electricity Canada's experience across the country, we are concerned that Bill 212 sets the fixed rate increase cap so low at 1.8% that it will hinder the ability of the sector to meet the evolving energy needs of Nova Scotians. Electricity systems across Canada are undergoing a period of rapid transition, and Nova Scotia is no exception. By 2030, electricity companies in Nova Scotia are required to close coal-fired power plants and to have 80% of electricity supplied by renewable sources. This is in addition to the federal government's commitment to a net zero electricity grid by 2035. These are drivers of a significant transition, and they require immediate investments. The federal government's Healthy Environment, Healthy Economy plan estimated that the economy-wide decarbonization will require double or triple the amount of electricity by 2050. Demand will grow dramatically as transportation, home heating, and industrial processes are electrified. And again, all this requires investments now to be ready to deliver the electricity Nova Scotians will need in the future. Electricity operators must also invest in climate adaptation to prepare for more severe and frequent extreme weather. More and more extreme no longer means rare. Hurricane Fiona is the most recent reminder of this in Nova Scotia. Elsewhere in Canada, severe thunderstorms, blizzards, and wildfires require infrastructure hardening to minimize damage. Extreme weather also drives electricity demand. High heat and extreme cold put additional pressure on the grid's capacity, as seen with record demand in Quebec and Western Canada during recent periods of deep cold or high heat. Despite increased transmission and distribution of electricity, greener generation, and increasingly extreme weather, customers expect the electricity system to remain reliable and have a very low tolerance for power interruption. All this requires increased investment, and a 1.8% increase to rates, apart from fuel costs over the next 3 years, will not be sufficient. The requirement for substantial electricity investment is not confined to Nova Scotia. Indeed, for Canada to achieve electrification on the scale required to meet Canada's 2035 goals will need hundreds of billions of dollars. And for the 2050 goal, likely more than $1 trillion in investments in generation, transmission, and distribution. Expanding the grid needs to be done purposefully and methodically. This cannot be done through efficiencies alone, and delaying investments will increase costs later. As we saw in Texas last year, avoiding investments today by a low rate increase cap creates situations where a system failure becomes more likely. There is also a false economy in delays. Waiting will only increase the cost and urgency of future investments. This requires a regulatory and policy environment that encourages investments in a system that is reliable. It must be balanced against other interests, which is the core task of electricity regulators, including the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. The board should hear the evidence, including the appropriate timing of the needed investments, apply its expertise, and issue a decision. It is only based on that decision and the fact that it was arrived at transparently and independently of today's politics that creates the confidence necessary for electricity investments to be made. Thus, the bottom line is that we need to make urgent investments in new infrastructure, refurbishments, and maintenance operations to meet expected demand growth and decarbonize the electricity system. These requirements must be weighed transparently by an independent regulator in which customers and investors have confidence, not undermined by government fiat. The government fiat approach adopted by Bill 212 puts the evolution and reliability of its electricity system at risk and should be left aside. We encourage Nova Scotia to reevaluate Bill 212 and leave the making of just and reasonable rates to the board entrusted with that complex task. I thank you for their time this morning.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll now go to members of the committee for questions, and we'll start off with MLA Regan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us from, I assume, Ottawa? Ottawa?
Yes.
So I was interested to read what you said about system failure, because I happened to be in Ontario in 2003, the summer of 2003, visiting relatives when the brownout occurred. And I think we have sort of taken the reliability of our electrical system for granted here up to a point. Up until fairly recently, and then we've seen what happens when we have these increasing frequency of 100-year storms that are now coming every 3 to 5 years. And so I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the impact on economies, what happens to people and to organizations and to businesses when you have system failure.
Thank you. I'll go to the presenter, please.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. It is an excellent question, and we have, unfortunately, many examples of the impacts and the costs of system failures. The power outages in 2003, the blackouts had impacts counted in the tens of billions of dollars. The impacts of in fact, 2 successive failures of the Texas system last winter and the previous winter, again, are measured in the tens of billions of dollars. And then, the impacts of increasing weather as well are measured in the order of tens of billions of dollars.
Thank you. I'll go now to MLA Arab for a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bradley, for joining us today. I really appreciated your presentation. It was very thoughtful and evoked a lot of questions while you were presenting. I spend a lot of time talking to constituents, and they want to know, what are you guys doing at Province House, and why are you upset about a rate freeze? Or a rate like where you guys talk about cost of living is important to us. What's so wrong with this? This is the government actually doing something. And so I guess my question to you is to help me find in plain terms the unintended consequences that will be passed on to the ratepayer, not necessarily a few years down the line in terms of what rates may end up being, but in respect to our infrastructure. We had a number of people, I represent an urban riding, yet I had a number of constituents who had no power for a week with the existing infrastructure. So what are some of the unintended consequences in real life terms for individuals, Nova Scotians, that are happy that this cap is being put in place with how it was done within this piece of legislation?
Go to the presenter, please.
Yes, thank you for the question. In terms of the actual impacts, potential impacts on Nova Scotians, individual Nova Scotians and Nova Scotia customers, I would suggest that the appropriate people to be able to provide a fulsome response to that are the people that are actually running your system in Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia Power. However, I mean, I can point, to experiences of underinvestment, historical underinvestment, previously in other jurisdictions results in a lessening of reliability. There is a direct link between underinvestment and lack of reliability over the short to medium term. Over the long term, again, as I said in my presentation, if we are talking about a requirement to make significant investments to be able to decarbonize the economy, how far down the road do you plan on kicking those investments? Right, and I think that is a critical question as well, because essentially this kind of an action that's being taken is saying that regardless of what the impacts will be, the ability to begin moving and transitioning to a decarbonized economy is going to be pushed back multiple years. And so I suppose the question would be, how many years does the customer want to see that pushed back? And I can tell you, yes, customers are concerned about the cost of energy, but customers are also very pleased when they begin to see the benefits of increased electrification.
Okay, thank you, sir. That does conclude our time. Now, we do have, you were 3 minutes short on your presentation. I know MLA LaChance would like to ask a question. I'm going to allow her to ask, but I'm going to give you that 3 minutes. So go to MLA LaChance now.
Thank you. And I just for a reminder, I do use the pronouns they, them, not her. Thank you. So thanks so much for appearing today, and you have a national view of the sector. I'm wondering, are there other provinces where government has interfered in the regulatory process in, sort of the recent history?
Yes, there have been jurisdictions where, for example, price caps have been introduced in the past in other jurisdictions in the country, and yes, it has in the past resulted in reductions in terms of investments that were made in system overall in system investments.
Great, thank you very much. That concludes your time. Thank you for your presentation, and I will ensure the appropriate minister receives your submission as well. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for the consideration.
Moving on now to our next presenter, it will be William Mahudi. And I apologize if I said your last name wrong. The one thing I'm becoming famous for is pronouncing everybody's names wrong, so don't take any offense. I would ask that you would introduce yourself for the record, and so you can pronounce your last name properly. And then, as everyone else, you'll have 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes of follow-up questions.
Thank you, Attorney General Johns. My name is William Mahody. Feel free to refer to me as Bill. I serve as the consumer advocate, and I represent the interests of residential ratepayers before the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. And I'm here to provide my observations regarding Bill 212. I want to start with an important caveat. I don't come before you in any means as an apologist for Nova Scotia Power or for Emera. More than occasionally, ratepayers are confounded by the self-interested positions advanced by Nova Scotia Power and Emera, which are contrary to the long-term interests of Nova Scotia ratepayers. And it's not lost on anyone that although going some 10 years between general rate applications, Nova Scotia Power seems to be unable to garner any meaningful public support. Further, there's the audacity of maintaining a request for an earnings sharing mechanism in its current application before the board in these times, difficult times that are faced by all of your constituents. Those types of initiatives alienate Nova Scotia Power from its ratepayers. But it is not Nova Scotia Power or Emera that bring me here today. At issue today is a more important one than corporate reputation. The issue today is the independence of our utility rate regulation here in Nova Scotia. In its present form, and for the last several decades, the Public Utilities Act provided that utility rates in Nova Scotia are set on a cost of service model. It is how utility rates are set in every province in Canada and every state in the United States. Under the cost of service model, a utility seeking to adjust rates presents evidence of the revenue that's required to run its operation, known commonly as the revenue requirement. Included in revenue requirement are the utility's cost of debt and its return, a fair return on equity. In order to attract investors to provide the capital necessary for an electricity system, Nova Scotia Power must be able to offer a fair rate of return, or the investors will invest their money elsewhere. Setting a fair rate of return requires evidence and financial expert review of Nova Scotia Power's finances, credit ratings, credit markets, economic trends, and other influencing factors. As you are aware, for the last 10 months, the Utility Board has been actively considering Nova Scotia Power's most recent rate application. Thousands of pages of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of written questions and written responses have been provided. Interested parties and board council consultants have filed evidence on rate design, regulatory policy, rate of return, cost of capital, regulatory accounting. The NDP caucus and the Liberal caucus have formally intervened and taken positions on the record in that proceeding. The government, through the intervention of Natural Resources and Renewables, has formally intervened and filed expert evidence from multiple witnesses. 2 weeks of hearings have occurred, during which extensive cross-examinations have occurred. The evidentiary record is complete, and the board now awaits only the submissions of parties. Rather than allowing that well-established process to unfold and play out, Bill 212, for the first time since the establishment of the Public Utilities Act, seeks to set utility rates from the floor of the Nova Scotia Legislature. The UARB is a creature of statute. There's no question that the legislature has the power to amend the Public Utilities Act as it sees fit. But the real question, the one of long-term importance, is how that power should be exercised. To date, the legislature has provided the Utility Board with the independence required to allow the board's expertise to be exercised in the public interest. The flip side to regulatory independence is accountability. As you know, the UARB appears before legislative committees to describe the work and its work and activities. Moreover, the UARB has a demonstrated track record of independently determining utility-related matters in the best long-term interests of ratepayers. For instance, it was the UARB that investigated and penalized Nova Scotia Power for imprudent fuel dealings. It was the UARB that mandated that Nova Scotia Power implement a portfolio approach to fuel acquisition, a change that has and continues to save ratepayers millions and millions of dollars every year. It was the UARB that several years ago maintained that there was to be all earnings in excess of the allowed rate of return were to be returned to ratepayers. And it was the UARB that implemented performance standards with regular reporting of outages that is the data that we can all use when we're evaluating system reliability. And it was the UARB that approved an agreement between customer representatives and Nova Scotia Power to address specific concerns, non-rate specific concerns of low-income customers. One issue that the board has always closely monitored is that of Nova Scotia Power's credit rating. The electricity system is a capital-intensive enterprise. Having a strong credit rating ensures that the cost of servicing the significant debt keeps debt costs lower, to the benefit of ratepayers. Cost of capital experts have routinely, and as recently as last month, observed that Nova Scotia Power's robust regulatory system has the effect of improving Nova Scotia Power's credit risk and credit rating. That's to the benefit of all ratepayers. One very real risk of setting rates as contemplated by Bill 212 is that the benefit of a responsive regulatory process is lost and financing costs will rise. Should that predictable outcome come to pass, ratepayers will undoubtedly pay far more than the temporary savings associated with a legislated mandated 1.8% temporary freeze. Lastly, Bill 212 cannot be justified as a temporary measure. Once the protection of independent regulation has been breached, there will be nothing to stop successive and numerous additional one-time directives from the legislature. I would respectfully urge our elected representatives to allow the rate-setting mechanism to unfold. Independent regulatory utility regulation is in the best long-term interests of ratepayers. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go to members of the committee for questions. Are there any questions? I'll go to MLA Regan, please.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Like the ones that preceded it, it was thought-provoking, and everyone has brought new eyes, fresh eyes to us on this particular issue. But I think, you know, if I were to boil down what your presentation was about, would it be fair to say that you are asking for evidence-based decisions in a process that has government hands off it? Would that be fair to say?
Go to the presenter, please.
I think the demonstrated expertise of the regulatory process in Nova Scotia speaks for itself. There is a track record. And the fear is that if you infringe on that independence, where does that end?
Thank you. Any other questions? MLA, I'm sorry, LaChance, I think I have next, and then...
Okay. I mean, I think it's been great to hear from someone who's also been involved in the recent process on a daily basis. So you referenced, you know, thousands of submissions and that sort of thing. So for Nova Scotians, how do you think, do you have a sense of how people will react to this proposed change and this infringement on the UARB?
To the presenter, please.
It is a challenge for anyone who isn't familiar with the rate-setting process in the period of just a couple of weeks to come to a full appreciation of what long-term consequences could be. But I can tell you that long after the sweetness of the limited 1.8% increase is gone and that experience is no longer there for ratepayers, and 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we're sitting in this chamber. The fear is what we lost by Bill 212 is setting electricity rates on the floor of the legislature. What are those long-term impacts? And as someone who's been involved in the process, those long-term impacts are real. And there's a significant fear that we're going to be paying the cost of this proposed mandated limitation of rates for a very long time.
Thank you. MLA Burrell.
Well, thank you again. And just to this central point, the path of setting rates on the floor of the legislature. Do you think it is fair to characterize what you have said as saying that this is in fact very dangerous, that it poses very dangers to the public interest in the province?
To the presenter, please.
It presents a substantial long-term risk to the setting of utility rates moving forward.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you very much for your presentation today. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Our next speaker, Nelson Blackburn. Day, sir. Welcome. Nice to see you again. As per everyone else, I know that you were here, so you have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes of follow-up. I would ask that you identify yourself for the record and how you would like anybody to identify you, and if you're presenting on behalf of any particular groups.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Johns. My name is Nelson Blackburn. I'm a lawyer. I represent the Small Business Advocate, which is a position that was created under the Public Utilities Act to represent general, and small industrial classes. Basically, those are businesses that have consume 150,000 kilowatts per hour or less in the business sector. So I'm here as I appear before the Public Utilities Board on a regular basis on behalf of those 3 small business groups. I have concerns with Bill 212, and I want to I have a few remarks to make for the committee on that.
Start your time. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Chair, members of the Law Amendments Committee, thank you for allowing me to appear before you to speak on Bill 212 as it relates to general rate application filed by Nova Scotia Power under the heading of M10431 of the Utility Review Board designation. I've been a lawyer for over 50 years, practicing in many areas, including administrative law, working both on the Utility and Review Board and appearing before it. I'm currently the small business advocate representing the small general, and small industrial rate classes with respect to electricity matters before the Utility Review Board. My role is to advocate for the interests of small and medium businesses in Nova Scotia to ensure that their power bills are as low as possible and they have a reliable and robust electricity service to run their businesses. The UARB currently has the responsibility for making determinations regarding applications from Nova Scotia Power, including most recently general rate application, as I indicated, M10431. In the early part of 2022, the UARB set out a process for evaluating the general rate application, allowing for the filing of information requests, which we refer to in the legal fraternity as discoveries, expert evidence and opening statements, as well as oral hearing, which allow for cross-examination of both NSPI witnesses and experts in addition to board and intervener experts. The process was comprehensive to ensure that the UARB had all the information it required to assess the application and make a decision within the terms of the Public Utilities Act as it then was. Currently, the process is at a stage where interveners, including myself as a small business advocate, are to file our closing arguments commenting on the evidence that was filed and the testimony at the hearing, focusing on what we believe the most appropriate decision should be. The topics in front of the UARB that are likely to be commented on in these closing submissions include base rates, equity thickness, and return on equity, among many others. These are the same areas covered in the proposed amendments in Bill 212. The amendments being proposed in Bill 212 seek to achieve a laudable goal and one that I fully support on behalf of myself and the rate classes that I, as a small business advocate, represent. Any reduction in the overall cost of electricity provides essential relief to small and medium businesses in Nova Scotia, which have suffered through a pandemic, supply and labor challenges, and now increasing inflation and economic uncertainty. The need to ensure that NSPI keeps the cost of electricity as low as possible is crucial, and something that, as a small business advocate, I strongly argue for in every application. Reliability is also something that directly affects the bottom line of small businesses, from being unable to power their equipment to losing supplies. However, I have concern with the amendments in Bill 212 that constrain the independence of the UARB, especially as they arise in the middle of an application where all the parties prepare their evidence on the basis that the UARB had the discretion to make a decision on that evidence. Regulatory independence is very important to business in Nova Scotia, many of which work under a regulatory regime, some even appearing before the UARB. It is important that the UARB be given the discretion it needs to make reasoned, unbiased, and transparent decisions that consider all the available evidence, including that of experts and interveners, to ensure the best possible decision is made. Any decision by the UARB must consider not only past experience, but also future risk. It is submitted that the UARB should be able to operate as an independent body as was envisioned when it was created as a board by this province and as was understood by the parties involved in this matter, including NSPI when it began. The UARB has a mandate to make decisions on many issues relating to NSPI, including rates. If the legislature deems it appropriate to change the UARB's mandate or how it should balance competing interests, those changes should be made to the regulatory scheme following consultation and discussions to ensure that it promotes the best interests of Nova Scotians. At the end of the day, regardless of the mandate that it operates under, the UARB must have the freedom to make decisions that are fair, informed, and in the best interest of ratepayers, including with respect to rates. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll ask if there are any questions of committee members. I'll go to MLA Regan, please.
So if I were going to thank you for coming in today. If I were going to summarize your proposal or your concerns, you want to ensure that this is a decision that is made taking all the evidence into account and not made by politicians who might want to get reelected again. Would that be fair to say?
Mr. Blackburn.
Yes, thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's important that the background that goes in to litigating before the Utility Review Board is tremendous. Between the experts that we use, the cross-examination process, the interrogatories or the IRs that we asked of the not only Scotia No Show Power, but any of the witnesses that may be involved. And so it's very robust. And so it really is important that that process continue. And it's in the best interest of the ratepayers of Nova Scotia. And you're correct, Ms. Regan.
Thank you. Recognize MLA Lachance.
Hi, thank you for being here. So as a small business advocate, I presume that some of the folks that you represent at the UARB probably overlap with those with the Halifax Chamber of Commerce. And we heard earlier from the Chamber's president who talked about perhaps members being happy to take a short-term gain or a short-term limited increase, but concerned about the long term. And I guess I'm wondering, with what you've heard in this particular round of hearings, is that how you would summarize the folks that you're representing, that there's an awareness that there's a long-term cost to a short-term limited increase?
Mr. Blackburn, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Yes, our group of or classes of business that I represent are very concerned about budget and planning for the future. And it's extremely important that they're able to each year, especially with GRA times, but there hasn't been a GRA in approximately 12 years, 11 to 12 years, to be able to foresee in the future and plan for their operations. And so you're correct. It's very important that the feedback I get from the Canadian Federation of Business and Chambers of Commerce and so forth over the past has been we have to be able to plan, and that's the key to it. And this is going to create an uncertainty for them.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Have a good rest of the day. Sorry, we'll move on now to our next presenter, Peter Gregg. Welcome. Once again, you have 10 minutes to present to the committee. The committee then has up to 5 minutes to ask some questions. I would ask that you identify your name for the record, please, if you're here representing any organizations, and how you would like to be referred to by committee members.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Peter Gregg. I'm the President and CEO of Nova Scotia Power, and committee members can feel free to address me as Peter.
Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, I'll start your time.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, Chairman Johns and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some context regarding the proposed legislation that amends the Public Utilities Act. Our customers are at the center of everything that we do, and we take very seriously our role as a regulated utility with a mandate to serve Nova Scotians. Nova Scotia Power employs more than 2,000 Nova Scotians who live and work in communities right across this province. They work extremely hard every day to deliver electricity reliably and safely, along with the more than 4,500 local businesses and contractors who work with us to build and maintain the grid. I am immensely proud of their contribution to our company and to our province. Each and every one of those employees is a customer too, balancing the same concerns about cost of living, reliability, and the environment. There's no question this is a hard time for many Nova Scotians. Costs are up across the board, and an increase to electricity rates can make things harder for the people out there who are already stretching their budgets to the limit. But we know too that Nova Scotians also want to know their power will always be on and ready for them. To trust that the system can withstand the impacts from more frequent and more severe storms. We know Nova Scotians want to do their part to fight climate change by investing now to end the use of coal in this province as soon as possible and to have a grid operating with 80% renewable resources by 2030. Nova Scotians want this. Nova Scotia Power wants this. This Nova Scotia government wants this. The federal government wants this. And this costs money. These are the investments that NSP has put forward in the regulatory process. This is the future that NSP wants for Nova Scotia. These are the investments that this legislation constrains, delays, or cancels for what would ultimately amount to an increase of $15 per month for the average household by 2024. I'm not saying that $15 per month is pocket change. What we are saying is that we need to have a clear conversation of what we're actually saving here. This legislation puts Nova Scotia's reliable and clean energy future at risk. Our original request to the UARB was a 2.8% increase in each of 22, 23, and 24. And over 90% of the UARB application was to fund costs and invest to improve reliability and remove coal from Nova Scotia's energy mix. The aggregate 1.8% cap over the same 3-year period translates to effectively 0.6% per year in additional support for the system. At well below the rate of inflation, this is a reduction in real dollars. And unfortunately, this will not be enough for Nova Scotia Power to make the investments required to achieve what customers are asking us to do for the system. It will prevent NSP from even keeping up. This is an arbitrary cap that will result in approximately $150 million reduction to the revenues of our company over 2023 and 24, compared to what was submitted in the general rate application. Just like any business faced with a reduction in revenues, costs will have to be reduced to adjust. We've been asked to meet some very important and specific targets for Nova Scotians, and at this time, the grid needs support. It needs work to protect our customers from undue outages resulting from aging infrastructure and from the impacts of the increasing frequency of more severe weather. It needs investment to meet our clean energy targets. We know this is important work. It's work that we want to do. Nova Scotia Power did not make its submission to the URB lightly. We know what it takes to achieve the goals that everyone wants. We know because we are the ones doing the work. Over the past 20 years, Nova Scotia Power has become one of the most efficiently run utilities in North America. And when NSP submitted its rate application earlier this year, it was the first one filed in more than a decade. After 10 years of driving greater efficiencies with new technologies and business processes, there are no more efficiencies to find while still maintaining and improving service levels and the performance of the grid. The global economy has impacted market and investors' risk tolerance, which the announcement of this legislation has made all the more challenging. The immediate reaction of credit rating agencies and the approximately $1 billion reduction in Emera's market capital directly caused by this legislation in the few days since its introduction is tangible proof of investors' reaction. These market reactions directly result, unfortunately, in higher cost for future investments. The need to make further investments in Nova Scotia's electrical system is real. If we don't immediately start funding this transition Nova Scotians want, we are ignoring our collective responsibility to do better. So there's a choice to make. You can support Bill 212, or you can support 2030 climate goals, but you cannot logically support both. The independent regulator is an integral part of how the utility operates fairly and justly, ensuring that consumers receive safe, reliable, and cost-effective service. Nova Scotia's regulatory process is overseen by a politically independent body in the UARB, designed to ensure the long-term best interests of customers are achieved without political influence or interference. The Government of Nova Scotia proposes to use a legislative tool to override a politically independent process to, in the government's words, protect ratepayers. But let's be clear, this legislation delays and increases the inevitable cost of the work we all agree needs to get done on behalf of our customers and for our environment and for our future. Delaying these investments is not a solution, and it ultimately results in higher, not lower costs for customers. More than 30,000 pages of evidence and expert testimony, including strong and expert customer advocacy, were provided for the UARB's consideration in the GRA, with an expected decision just weeks away. This legislation unfortunately undermines decades of strong independent regulation of a cost-of-service utility by the provincial regulator. This form of regulation has repeatedly been proven to be the most cost-effective model for delivering energy to customers. Regulatory independence is a key determinant of sound decision-making across the utility sector globally. This kind of interference in the oversight of an electric utility is unprecedented in North America, and is unprecedented for a reason. It results in worse outcomes for customers over time, and it sends the message that Nova Scotia is not a stable and reliable jurisdiction for business investment. You don't need to take my word for it. S&P Global Ratings, an independent credit rating agency, described the impact of the government's proposed legislation last week, and I quote, "Regulatory independence is one of the key attributes that underpins the credit quality of the utility industry. If the proposed legislation is passed, it would override Nova Scotia's robust regulatory process. Under our base case, we expect the utilities operate under a regulatory system that is sufficiently insulated from political intervention to efficiently protect the utility's credit risk profile even during stressful events." In terms of our customers, we know that the news of a capped rate increase has been, in many cases, well received. But many other customers recognize the long-term, painful consequences to this apparent short-term gain. They worry about the impact of coal-fired generation on our environment. They worry about the more frequent and intense storms hitting our coast. They worry small savings now can lead to bigger costs later. We've heard some of their voices, and they are concerned. It must be understood that there are serious consequences to the proposed amendments. Major storms in our province are becoming more intense and more destructive, and they're getting more frequent. There are additional costs required to protect the system from them. There are costs to meet government's mandated targets of closing coal plants and adding renewable energy to our generation mix to make it 80% renewable by 2030. As a result of this legislation, the plan to achieve these goals, the plan that we develop with our stakeholders and customer representatives through the integrated resource planning process, can no longer be funded. There is no cost-effective plan B. So we are now turning to our people who work every day to deliver a safe, more reliable, and greener grid to Nova Scotia to understand the exact impacts of the government's legislation and interference with the regulatory process, and what it means for what we can realistically can and cannot achieve as we move forward within the constraints put on us by the legislation. This legislation forces difficult and unfortunately damaging changes to the plans for Nova Scotia's grid in a way that inhibits the ability to deliver a more reliable, storm-hardened, and greener system for customers. Here is what we know of the impacts of Bill 212 so far. It will remove over $500 million of investments from Nova Scotia's economy over 2023 and 24, with significant negative downstream impacts on local suppliers and a direct impacts of hundreds of jobs in Nova Scotia. It will break the regulatory structure that allows Nova Scotia Power to attract debt capital at the lowest possible cost. Already as noted earlier, bond rating agencies S&P and DBRS have published rating reports stating our utility is at risk of a downgrade of 1 or more notches.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, that's your 10 minutes. I will however, go to members of the committee who may have questions, up to 5 minutes, and I'll start with MLA Arab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gregg. I appreciate you being here. This is a really fulsome submission. A lot of very strong, scary language. I'll be honest with you. Like, you've made some pretty powerful statements. So one being you can support Bill 212 or you can support the 2030 climate goals, but you can't logically support both. I know that the latter part of your submission, I was just kind of skimming it over, talks about the Atlantic Loop. And so my question is going to focus on that. So the Atlantic Loop with this legislation is not viable. We've heard Nova Scotia Power and the government talk about a Plan B, which you've said in this presentation that there really isn't a cost-effective Plan B. My question for you is, what is Plan B?
Go to Mr. Gregg, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. As a utility, we need to be in the business of long-range planning. And long-range planning to get off coal is an example of that. And we've looked at this really, really closely. We've looked at it, as I mentioned in my remarks, with the help of interveners and customer representatives, integrated resource planning as to what is the most viable path forward for Nova Scotia to get off coal. And quite simply put, it is relying on the Atlantic Loop. There are other necessary investments as well, grid-scale batteries here in Nova Scotia, some coal to gas conversions that are necessary for us to achieve that. But my concern here today with this legislation is that I think it puts all of that at risk. By capping the rate increase, and I understand that customers are concerned with increasing costs, but by capping that, it's going to limit our ability to actually raise the capital to make those necessary investments to get us off coal by 2030. And that's a significant and a real consequence.
MLA Burrell.
Yes, thank you. As you've spoken very pointedly about the increased expenses to the company that, in terms of reaction investment capital that the legislation is posing. You've given the example of S&P. Can you say a little more, and speak in a little more detail about market reaction in general to the situation we're in?
Mr. Gregg?
Yes, I can, and thank you very much for the question. And so what I've mentioned is a couple of things. I think reaction to the introduction of the legislation in the early days saw about $1 billion of market value stripped from Emera. That was the first reaction. But the credit rating agencies have been obviously watching very closely. And so we rely on debt, low-cost debt, to be able to fund our business. And that is a direct cost to customers. And so making sure that we can attract that debt at the lowest possible cost is really important for our customers. And really what the rating agencies have said is they put us on negative watch. The process is they will meet as committees to consider the risks of the company. Obviously, this legislation is a change in risk profile, and ultimately they will decide what the ultimate outcome is, but we're on negative watch with the potential of one or more notches of downgrade.
MLA Regan, please.
Thank you for coming in today. So I'm assuming that when we start talking about increased costs because of the implications of this bill, that is there a possibility of layoffs or anything like that? And I'm assuming if so, that would impact NSP's ability to respond to storms and other critical incidents like that.
1 minute.
Question. So the first impact is in our application to the UARB, we had proposed to hire 60 additional resources, power line technicians, frontline workers who would respond to storm situations. We're not going to be able to proceed with those 60. We continue to seek to understand the impacts of the legislation to the core business. We're looking at our capital plans for the next 2 years and also our operating expenses for the next 2 years.
MLA LaChance.
I was going to ask and try and bring together a couple of the presentations. So there was an earlier presentation talking about the lack of attention to energy poverty and the lack of a program for lower income households. And I'm wondering if you could speak about the impact of this cap, because this cap or a greater increase is hard on families that are already not able to afford power. So what considerations are in place for lower income households?
So we are at time. I'll allow a minute just to answer MLA LaChance's question.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's really important that we all take the time necessary to put in place the proper programs, the proper rate structures for low-income Nova Scotians to make sure that their interests are well served. And we've been meeting with Mr. Giffords, who I know the committee heard from before, and other low-income advocates to look at other jurisdictions that have effective low-income rates in place, programs to support low-income customers. We think that's the right thing to do. And we will continue to work with the advocates to find a solution there and encourage the government to support that as well.
Thank you so very much for your presentation today. I'll ensure that the appropriate minister receives your submission, and thank you so much for your time. Moving to our next presenter, Jacob Thompson. You'd like to come up to the microphone. Once again, while you're on your way up, I would get you to please introduce yourself, how you would like to be identified by committee members and any groups that you may be here representing if you are. And then I would remind you, you have 10 minutes to present to the committee with 5 minutes of follow-up. So as soon as you're done introducing yourself and you're ready, we can start your 10 minutes. To the speaker, please. The one with the light. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Jacob Thompson. I'm here to represent the Ecology Action Center, and this is a presentation on Bill 212. And they're handing up my presentations now.
And I'll start your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq people, past, present, and future stewards of this land. My name is Jacob Thompson. I'm an energy coordinator at the Ecology Action Center. I have a Bachelor of Applied Science degree from Acadia with a focus in civil engineering and a Master of Science from St. Mary's University, focusing on 100% decarbonization scenarios of electricity, heating, and cooling, including both personal and freight transportation. Today, I'll be speaking to both the concerns and hope I have for Bill 212, the Act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes, 1989, also known as the Public Utilities Act. Our focus at the EAC is ensuring Nova Scotians have clean, affordable, and reliable energy. The focus of this presentation, two law amendments, is to ask a constructively critical question about Clause 3, which sets out to limit the net rate increases for all rate classes to 1.8% over the next couple of years, except fuel, purchase power, and demand-side management, which require an increase to improve reliability. There are a lot of investments that need to be made by different stakeholders, including substantial investments from Nova Scotia Power and the Government of Nova Scotia to reach net zero targets and ensure that Nova Scotia is doing its fair share towards goals of the Paris Agreement. We are concerned that with a rate increase restricted to 1.8% over 2 years, the money needed in investments in renewable technology, storage solutions, such as grid batteries, work to both strengthen existing and build new transmission infrastructure, which will be needed as other sectors decarbonize. To ensure that this transition can happen quickly, both demand-side management and investment in renewables will be needed, and that can't be done without investments in grid batteries. It is very important that Nova Scotians can afford their power bills and recognize that the government is looking to protect all Nova Scotians from an increase on their bills. But I want to ask if this is the only way to protect Nova Scotians. Is there a better way that considers both affordability and sustainability as not opposing forces, but as synergistic? I attended the Utility and Review Board General Rate Application hearing sessions in September and listened to all stakeholders across sectors, including the consumer advocate, the small business advocate, statements from the industrial group, and opening statements from leaders of the provincial government and interveners speaking to affordability. These advocates serve important roles in holding the URB accountable to the people of Nova Scotia. The Ecology Action Centre has released positions on coal phase-out and greening the grid with renewables, such as wind and solar, and are advocating for the province of Nova Scotia to align with the federal commitment of net zero electricity by 2035. For decades, we have also advocated for increased investment in demand-side management as one of the best and most affordable options. which increases efficiency of the grid and decreases the amount of energy needed by consumers and also their bills. Even as rates increase, their bills will go down with the proper investments. An increase in funding for demand-side measure, which supports low and medium income households and decarbonizing is essential. And sorry to skip to the next page. The EC does not see the current amendments proposed to Bill 212 as sufficient to protect Nova Scotians from increasing prices of fossil fuels. It'll only delay all of our goals for at least 2 more years, and would propose those gathered here today support a much more holistic update to the Utilities Act. We strongly recommend adding a sustainability advocate to the URB process, Mr. Speaker, alongside the important consumer advocate, as well as including a sustainability mandate within the Act. A system syncing will be needed to ensure that the large transition to clean green electricity, which is needed in Nova Scotia, will be inclusive of all, and not place an undue burden on those who are experiencing energy poverty. If you can't afford a heat pump or an electric car, you can't save $1,000 on your fuel bills. And it's not one or the other. But right now, no one can afford those cars. Sorry, just 1 second. A sustainability advocate and sustainability mandate would ensure that decisions made resulting from the Act ensure emissions reductions and affordability for consumers go hand in hand and are prioritized within all spending and decision-making. The old Green Fund allocated funds for efficiency, and the new Nova Scotia Climate Fund can also do the same, and it could double or triple it so that if it covers enough of the population, you won't hear as many complaints about the bills going up. But I am thankful for all the work that has been done. I know it's an amazing amount of work by thousands of people. And at this point, we call on the Nova Scotia government to include this modification and work out details within the upcoming release of the climate plan for clean growth, which is slated for release by the end of 2022. Thank you for the time to hear our recommendations for your consideration today. And just one final note, I had included a sand key diagram, which is energy flows for the province, and it would show how much heating oil and electricity is going to people's individual homes right now. You could quarter the energy needed if you switch from baseboard heaters to heat pumps, but if you can't afford a heat pump, you can't make those savings. So it's not if we're just making URB decisions on just and reasonable costs, if a person can't justly and reasonably afford those things, there needs to be consumer investment in those things. And from that one point, this is my last point, if we all do this together, we'll save more money collectively and we'll have more money to go ahead in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your presentation. I'll ask if there are any committee members who have any questions. Recognize MLA Burrell, please.
Thanks for explaining about this. So this core idea about a sustainability advocate and what would be brought into central focus by having it. It sounds, if I understand your argument, that this, in fact, would allow us to address in new ways many of the low-income problems. These are not being addressed at present. That the sustainability focus would make not just achieve sustainability goals, but also address the primary problem of low-income rate classes affordability. Would you speak a little more to that?
Mr. Thompson, please.
Thank you, and I'll direct this at the speaker. It's an interesting consideration. They often say if you want to create new ideas, you don't have all of one specialization on the team. So you don't have all engineers or all accountants or all environmental advocates. So to think of system thinking or holistic thinking, to bring in this sustainability aspect, you're not just looking at the pie chart anymore, but you're looking at what the pie chart represents. And so if you go, hey, there's actually $1,000 savings here or $500 savings here, and if we add them all up, maybe it'll make the carbon tax much easier to bear. But right now, if you can't balance your budget on your fuel bills, your immediate risk and threat is, well, I can't afford a heat pump in 5 years, I have to wait 5 years. So if we start thinking holistically and including a sustainability advocate, they'll have both the time and the bandwidth to spend 8 months reviewing all the documents and summarizing these things. And so I know, and so just to explain the sustainability advocate or mandate slightly more, it basically broadens the scope so that it's a factor in the decision making. But right now, if you're just looking at an accounting spreadsheet, you don't see those numbers because they're externalized costs.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee members? If not, thank you very much for your presentation, your time, and I'll ensure the appropriate minister receives your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on now to our next presenter, Peter Pauley, please. Hi, thank you. So once again, you have 10 minutes to present to the committee, and then the committee has up to 5 minutes of questions. I would ask that you, for the record, identify your name, as well as how you would like to be addressed by committee members, and if you're here representing any organizations, what they might be.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the other members of the committee. My name is Peter Pauley. Our business is called Polycorp Properties, Inc. I reside in Halifax, and you can call me Peter.
Thank you very much, and you can start your time. Thank you,
Okay.
Peter.
Thank you. I'm here to speak regarding Bill 212, the Public Utilities Act. I'm happy to be here to speak in favor of the bill today. I live in Nova Scotia. I pay taxes in Nova Scotia. Through my company, I provide quality, reasonably priced rental housing for Nova Scotians. I am a sizable customer of Nova Scotia Power through our rental property operations. Bill 212 will help our rental housing business navigate very difficult times for our own rental portfolio and the rental housing industry as a whole. This coming winter is going to be painful for those who own rental properties in Nova Scotia. Polycorp owns some properties where the furnace oil alone will cost us more than 50% of the total gross rental receipts collected. And when I wrote that, I should have indicated that was annually. We are expecting this January and February, some of our properties, our furnace oil bill by itself will exceed the total rent that we are collecting for the properties before any other expenses. Heating costs will be up by several 100% from previous highs in previous bad winters. On top of the furnace oil, we have water, insurance, maintenance, property taxes, and other operating costs that are increasing 5 to 10% per year, compounded annually. Then there is our mortgage. Some of these properties we've owned for 20 or 25 years, so we are in the enviable position to have significantly paid the mortgages down over time. So they would be a fraction of what a newcomer would have investing in rental properties or trying to provide rental housing to Nova Scotia. Our mortgage, modestly sized that it is, will see our mortgage payments triple in December when the interest rates are reset, a tripling of the interest rate. These properties will actually be losing money, even when one adds back in the reduction in the mortgage principal. We do not have much for overhead or head office expenses, and we certainly charge back the little bit of overhead that we have to the properties when we're talking about these operating losses. We don't charge the properties for non-arm's length sister companies for routine maintenance that is intrinsic to the building operations to allow us to skim out a separate level of profit from the property operations to report these losses. These losses are not after depreciation. We don't accumulate interest to ourselves for our investment in the properties or for covering previous year's operating losses and having had to subsidize them in the previous years. I'm actually talking about losing money the old-fashioned way, actually losing cash money, like cash falling out of your pocket, or sitting down and actually burning the cash. That's my way of accounting when I say losing money. There are no management fees, no salary to myself, no salary to our accountant, no chargeback for a fancy office. Real, actual operating losses at the property level that we need to subsidize from other business units in our organization. We used to seek opportunities to have more of these older properties that provide a reasonable return, that were low risk, and that we could rent out at reasonable rent levels. We don't do that anymore. In the past, we held the rent down for seniors and other residents on lower fixed income because we could afford to do so. Now we can't do that anymore. Government policy that unfairly targets rental housing providers is actually making the housing crisis worse. There are fewer affordable rental homes for people looking for a place to live because rental housing providers like me and many others cannot afford to lose money because of the rent cap. Our company would be absolutely ecstatic to get what Nova Scotia Power is receiving under this bill. We would be ecstatic, jumping for joy. Our company, like many other rental housing providers, would love to be able to recover energy costs from our customers, our residents, like Nova Scotia Power still can under Bill 212, but we can't in the rental housing industry. We aren't allowed to because of the rental cap imposed by the previous government and extended by the current government. There is no fuel adjustment mechanism for residential rental housing providers. We applaud the government for capping the cost of electricity under Bill 212. Affordable housing is dying a death by 1,000 cuts. Bill 212 will make one of those cuts not as deep as it could have been. The government was not worried about us and our future capital requirements when the rent cap was put in place. Those same buildings need new roofs. To pay for a new roof, we will just have to dig deeper and pay for it out of our other resources, decreasing our business's equity. Equity that we worked for 30 years to build, taking risks that would be unfathomable to most people. Equity slowly accumulated over time with unguaranteed results and returns. That is the way most businesses need to suffer when times are tough, like they are in the rental housing business in Nova Scotia now. We know the government is in a tough spot trying to fix the housing supply mess while juggling a lot of other priorities. We recognize that Nova Scotia Power and Emera are now less likely to invest in solutions to meet our renewable energy targets by 2030. I have a solution. Let rental housing providers make investments in our properties to get off carbon. Let us install solar to make electricity to heat these properties and to help backfeed the grid. If Nova Scotia Power is no longer able to sufficiently invest in renewables to comply with 2030 Nova Scotia targets, create a regulatory framework to let the rental housing industry make the investment in renewable energy. We can reduce operating costs in these properties and help the province meet its renewable energy requirements simultaneously. Some people say Nova Scotia's electric grid can't afford large-scale solar power from apartment buildings. My response is our apartment buildings can't afford Nova Scotia electric grid's electricity. I can't afford a tree falling on a building due to a hurricane. We all can't afford to spend billions of dollars in provincial infrastructure to mitigate future damages due to climate change. Companies like ours can do more to increase solar energy use. We don't have to put all of our hopes with Nova Scotia Power and Emera. We don't have to watch the world burn down around us. I've seen the graphs for the projections for the future of coal. Let's take a minute to look at the graph that I've provided. We think times are tough now. Look at the trend line on that graph for the future of the price of coal. While Bill 212 is good to limit the increase to 1.8%. The shape of that graph is scaring me, as it appears that we are all going to have to face this graph for years to come. Let's put companies beyond Nova Scotia Power to work on making investments by businesses like ours in solar and other renewables to change things for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll ask if there are any questions of members of the committee. Not right at this moment. Thank you very much. So for committee members, that will conclude for now Bill 212 presentations. We do have another presentation on 212. We have two of them at 2 and 2:15, so we'll continue that at that time. I am going to take a 10-minute break for committee members to be able to use the washroom or whatever, and then we'll come back here at 12:15 to resume, and we'll be starting with Bill 225 at that time. So you have a 10-minute break, members.
Order. I call the meeting back to order after a short recess. My name's, I'm gonna do some introductions. We have some new members at the table. We have a new clerk at the table. And I'm gonna start by introductions and start on the government side with Minister Adams.
MLA Barbara Adams. Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Sheehy-Richard, MLA for Hants West.
And good afternoon. My name is Steve Craig. I'm the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
I'm Dave Ritzie. I'm the MLA for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook Salmon River, and the Vice Chair of the committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Lee Nickel, the MLA for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Good afternoon. I welcome everybody here, and it's Rafa Di Costanzo, MLA for Clayton Park West.
Hi, I'm Gary Burley, MLA for Halifax Shabakto.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Lachance, the MLA for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you so much. And on my right, I have Gordon Hebb and Killian Schlemmer. How'd I do? Very good. Oh, perfect. Excellent. Okay, so we're gonna move into Bill 225, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter amended, and I will start with our first guest, Pam Lovelace. So Pam, if you don't mind, if you could state your name, your role, and if there's a group that you're representing, and how you'd like to be addressed during question period. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and we'll have 5 minutes for questions. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Hello, Quay. Bonjour. My name is Pam Lovelace. I'm Councillor and Deputy Mayor for Halifax. You can call me Pam. The Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties in this territory. They were signed and recognize that we are all treaty people. In the midst of a global pandemic on October the 17th, 2020, I was duly elected by voters residing in District 13, Hammond's Plain St. Margaret's, to be their councillor in Halifax Regional Municipality. The following year, on November the 23rd, 2021, I was selected by my peers on Halifax Council to be the 4th female deputy mayor here in Halifax. I acknowledge that I am privileged to be here speaking before law amendments in the Nova Scotia legislature. I am grateful to the women 100 years ago who fought hard and some who gave their lives to permit me, a first-generation woman with German-Canadian citizenship, the opportunity to participate in politics and present today in the People's House. I acknowledge that October 18th is Persons' Day in Canada, when Canada's highest court of appeal made the historic decision in 1929 to include women in the legal definition of persons, paving the way for women to participate in politics. Now, over the course of my presentation, I will offer you insight in how local government in Nova Scotia's capital region has progressed over the past 273 years, and why provincial representatives must honor Section 382 of the Halifax Charter, quote, requirement to consult municipality. In case you are unaware of this provincial legislation, the Halifax Charter, I will remind you that Section 382 reads, quote, the minister shall consult with the municipality respecting any proposed amendment to this act, the Halifax Charter. In addition to Section 382 of the Halifax Charter, I will also touch on Section 91 and Section 92, Part 8 of the Canadian Constitution. Section 91 of the Constitution states, it shall be lawful for the Queen, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons, to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Canada in relation to all matters not coming within the classes of subjects by this Act, assigned exclusively to the legislatures of the province. Now, Section 92 of the Canadian Constitution reads, quote, in each province, the legislature may exclusively make laws in relation to matters coming within the classes and subjects next hereinafter enumerated, that is to say, Part 8 reads, municipal institutions in the province, end quote. Now, as some of you may now know, municipal governments are creatures of the provincial legislature, and I respectfully acknowledge as a councillor that I have sworn an oath to the monarch of Canada to, quote, truly, faithfully, and impartially execute the duties of this office, end quote, to which I have been elected to the best of my ability and my knowledge, and I do not hold bias and will provide provincial legislators with the facts and knowledge that I hold surrounding the Halifax Charter and the Canadian Constitution, and the intent of those two pieces of legislation remains peace, order, and good government. Now, as a public servant, I am here to deliver sector knowledge and advice to provincial legislators on why Bill 225 must be halted immediately to provide the province of Nova Scotia time to properly and respectfully consult with Halifax Regional Council. In accordance with Halifax Charter Section 382, I will remind you that Bill 225 was not recommended by the Joint Housing Panel, which in good faith Halifax participated in. Nor was Bill 225 contemplated or suggested by the Deloitte Housing Development Barrier Review Report. In fact, we do not know the origins of Bill 225, do we? As some of you know, Halifax, also known as Chipuktuk in Mi'kmaq, was established in 1749 by a single governor as a fortified town for the British, as a means to counter the French military presence in Acadie and Louisbourg. And while much time has passed from those days of autocratic rule and absolute power, unfortunately, Nova Scotia continues to stumble backwards to an authoritarian governance model in search of absolute power. You see, Bill 225 is an example of that provincial, harsh, and punitive approach to governing, despite the implied democratic intent of Section 382 of the Halifax Charter. Haligonians witnessed similar hostile governance in 1994 through forced amalgamation of the City of Halifax, City of Dartmouth, Town of Bedford, and County of Halifax. Duly elected municipal leaders were removed from office, and a single city manager was hired by the province to oversee local government, until, of course, the first municipal council was elected in December of 1995 to represent the newly formed capital region, the Halifax Regional Municipality. Now, by provincial design, this municipality has the landmass of Prince Edward Island, includes half the population of the province of Nova Scotia, and is the economic engine of the maritime provinces. Now, should I expect mockery from the legislators in this moment, as I witnessed in the House on October 25th, as I espouse the greatness of our capital region? I suspect the origins of mockery from MLAs in part is due to provincial legislators having little knowledge as to the extent that the provincial government models and implements the work of Halifax Council, from pedestrian safety to active transportation to housing, homeless, mitigating climate change, separation of lobbyist interests from decision-making. Well, in 2018, Halifax Council skirted the province's Municipal Election Act and enacted Bylaw C-1100, the campaign financing bylaw removing developers and unions and wealthy interference in municipal campaign financing. The result of those bylaw changes, well, that was gender parity in October 2020 for Halifax Regional Council, the first time in the history of this municipality. Now, am I to understand that this progressive conservative government wants the power to nullify these types of bylaw changes and remove powerful interests, decrease transparency, accountability, and democracy? As municipal institutions in Nova Scotia move towards the negotiation of the Provincial Municipal Service Exchange Agreement, initially developed in 1994 prior to the establishment of Halifax Regional Municipality, I am increasingly concerned about this provincial government negotiating in a collaborative manner and in good faith. I will remind you again that the intent of Section 91 and 92 of the Canadian Constitution Act remains peace, order, and good government. Stepping on a municipal institution is not how you keep peace, order, or provide citizens with good government. Indeed, the intended consequences of these reckless actions in Bill 225 will, by their inherent nature, cause disorder, disruption, distrust, and dissent. Nova Scotia's political legacy in Canada, in building Canada, continues to be Joseph Howe's fight for responsible government. Canada's first elective assembly was right here in Halifax in 1758. And as Joe Howe labored to remove personal gain and interest from political decision-making and ensure Halifax was represented in a fair and honorable manner, his achievements must not be forgotten. Joseph Howe stated, quote, "My public life is before you, and I know you will believe me when I say that when I sit down in solitude to the labors of my profession, the only questions I ask myself are, what is right, what is just, and what is for the public good," end quote. Well, it's peace, order, and good government, and that must be our collective pursuit as elected representatives in the province of Nova Scotia. Honourable members of the Nova Scotia Legislature, as your municipal representative in Halifax Regional Municipality, I am advising you to honour Section 382 of the Halifax Charter Act and consult with the municipality on any changes to this legislation. Please defer to 25 and engage in meaningful consultation with the municipality. Thank you. Merci. Walaliag.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lovelace. I'm going to check over here to see if we have any questions. We'll start with MLA DiCasanzo.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I just want to clarify and emphasize, was there any consultation that happened and any meetings that you had with the department prior to this hearing about the bill, or how did you hear about it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Sorry.
You have to recognize. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. No, there was not. And in fact, the housing panel, it was not discussed at the housing panel. It was not within the Deloitte report on removing housing barriers. There was no conversation, and our mayor found out late the evening before it ended up tabled at the House. Thank you.
MLA LaChance.
I wanted to ask you a bit more about section 382 of the Halifax Charter around requirement to consult. So how has that been enacted before? It seems to me that this is like, you know, a principle that should guide the rest of the charter. So I'm just wondering if you can, is this the first time that this sort of been disregarded?
Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to whether or not it has been ignored in the past. I've only been on council twice, but having read the charter, having understood the intent of Section 382, the requirement to consult with municipality, it is not only Section 1 is the requirement for the provincial government to consult with the municipality when making any changes. Section 2 is for the municipality to come forward with potential amendments to the provincial government, which we have done. And in fact, currently between 2008 and 2022, I believe there are now 6 pages of requests to update that Halifax Charter. And certainly we will continue to advise the provincial government on ways that we can do that. But the intent of that is to ensure that we are working collaboratively and collectively to make good changes to legislation that benefit Nova Scotia's capital region, which, as I stated, is the economic engine of the Maritimes. We are accelerating quickly in the growth that we've seen. We have right now 10,000 units being built. We've got another 3,500 permitted and ready to go. But of course, we need the labor for that to happen. This bill sidesteps not only Section 382, but the good working relationship that we understood that we had with this provincial government. Thank you.
MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Pam, for your update and your evolution of the governance of HRM as it is currently. That was a good premise for everyone to hear. And I guess my question is centered around your word of collaboration. And I know there has been, since the House has been sitting, other amendments put forward in the legislature. And your word on distrust, I just wondered how much of that was formulated on all the things that have been brought forward. And I'm referring to, and maybe you can advise, the task force on housing, so this is, because this applies to housing and development, whether council has received updates on a regular basis as far as this collaborative working relationship goes.
Deputy Mayor Lovelace with 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I will say that as a creature of the province, the municipality serves you in your interest. We are here to build a municipality that benefits all of Nova Scotia. And so any changes that come forward or any opportunities to negotiate potential changes, we just want to be at the table. And I think obviously if we're not at the table, you're not going to have a good piece of legislation. And the unintended consequences of that will obviously remain to be seen, which is unfortunate because if we work together in a collaborative manner, we can achieve great things.
We have 20 seconds. MLA Nickel.
It was just a quick question, so it's a yes or no. Have you received updates from the task force?
Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
We do receive some updates from the task force, but I cannot tell you exactly whether or not we're receiving all the information that we should receive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Lovelace, for joining us today. I'll call our next witness, Sam Austin. Good afternoon, Mr. Austin. For the record, I'll have you state your name and if there's a group that you represent and how you'd like to be addressed during question period. You'll have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions from the committee members afterwards.
Okay, thank you. My name's Sam Austin. I'm the counselor for Dartmouth Centre. You can call me Sam. I don't think I've ever been called a witness before. That's an interesting one. So I'll start. I'll just want to thank you all for giving me the chance to come in here today and my colleagues to present. As a rule, I try to avoid commenting on issues that are purely provincial or federal matters. I mean, like you, I understand governing isn't easy. We all have a difficult job. I'm here today, though, because this government seems intent on interfering in HRM's affairs, and it's been over 20 years since we've seen anything like this. This provincial interference isn't wanted, and it's absolutely not helpful. The noise bylaw changes that the government says this bill is about, they weren't a secret. They were under consideration for a long time and included a lot of public consultation. The province didn't express any concerns during that process. There has been zero engagement or discussion on this with HRM. I believe we fix problems when we work together, and this is not an appropriate way to be treating another order of government that is supposed to be a partner. Even if you think the province is right to overrule restrictions on the construction noise bylaw, and in full disclosure, I actually voted against the changes. I was in the minority like Mayor Savage, but on principle, I just don't think this is the right way to go. So even if you think that that is okay to overrule the construction noise bylaw as we're being told that this bill is aimed at doing, this is bigger than that. This bill is a much larger power grab. It's more than the construction bylaw. It allows the minister to interfere in any HRM bylaw. This bill takes substantial authority away from elected representatives who do their work in public and hands it to the minister, who can decide entirely on his own in secret what's best for communities that he doesn't know or represent. Imagine for a moment the uproar that would happen in these halls if the federal government interfered with provincial legislation.
Canada's Constitution actually allows them to do that through the powers of reservation and disallowance. But those powers, they haven't been used in something like 50 years now, because the federal government understands that interference isn't a productive way to approach dealing with other orders of government. What would create uproar if done to our provincial government is unfortunately something that our provincial government has no problem doing to us. The HRM Charter was created to respond to the fact that HRM size creates unique challenges and opportunities. Section 2 of the Charter says its purpose is to provide broad authority to Council and enhance its ability to respond to present and future issues. This bill makes, to me, it makes a mockery of that. If we didn't have a charter, I dare say the government wouldn't be doing this today, because amending the Municipal Government Act would mean taking on every municipality in Nova Scotia. Having a separate charter has perversely allowed the government to separate HRM from the rest of Nova Scotia's municipalities and introduce more restrictions. HRM will have less authority to determine our own bylaws than every other municipality in Nova Scotia. The good people of Lockport will have more control over their affairs than us. It's the exact opposite of what the Charter was intended to do. The minister has said that the government doesn't want to use the powers being created in this bill, and it's only about the noise bylaw. I would really like to believe that. But there were conciliatory words the last time I appeared before this chamber to talk about the Special Planning Areas bill. My biggest concern about the special planning areas, concerns that I expressed and Mayor Savage did as well, was that public consultation would be eliminated. And unfortunately, it has been every bit as bad as I feared it would be. People who live in the Southdale area in Dartmouth have absolutely no say in the future of their community. The province stole that away from them. So for me, soothing words from the minister ring rather hollow right now, because we've already been burned. The relationship between HRM and the province, and I don't speak for all of council, I speak for myself on this, is in rough shape. I watched question period last week, and my colleague, Deputy Mayor Lovelace, already referenced this, and to see the Premier belittling HRM and members of government outright laughing at the idea that HRM has helped with this housing crisis, it was quite insulting, honestly. I didn't think I'd see that. HRM has done a lot, and with much fewer resources than the province, including in areas that are primarily provincial jurisdiction. And I've got a little list here. We've deployed the modular housing units. We've created dedicated encampment sites and provided services at those sites. We're funding on-the-ground staff to engage with the homeless. We've participated in federal programs like the Rapid Housing Initiative. We've launched a grant program funded by density bonusing. We've increased tax forgiveness to nonprofits. We've made lots of new development as of right through the Centre Plan, including a lot of large projects that would previously have required council approval. And we've eliminated single-unit zoning across the entire municipality. Our work continues with the regional plan and the suburban plan and upcoming bylaws that, if they're not overturned, of course, to regulate Airbnb and create a landlord registry. Yet the government seems to view us as impediments, not as partners. The reality is we could approve every single unit tomorrow and close our planning department, and it wouldn't make a difference for where we are right now because we don't have the trades to build anything. The sector is at capacity. We could also allow construction noise to occur around the clock, and that would also have a little impact because there just aren't the people to work those shifts. Planning is not the current gridlock. Over the last 2 years, I've seen the distressing results of the housing crisis throughout my district. There's been a lot of people living in parks in my community. The people living in our parks are suffering greatly, and they're there because of so many interwoven provincial failures, and they're failures that didn't start with this government. They're systematic. Failures around mental health, addiction services, corrections, youth and care, income support, and of course, shelters and social housing. All of those areas are 100% provincial jurisdiction, 100%. The government seems to be all in on messing with HRM, but where is the commitment to fix these issues that have left the most vulnerable to make do on the streets of our municipality? We have over 100,000 more residents than we did 30 years ago, but we have the same number of metro housing units as we did back then, even though we're 100,000 more people. No wonder the wait list has ballooned to 7 years here in HRM. There are seniors who are on that list waiting for a unit that will probably die before they ever get to the top of it. Where's the healthcare fix for mental health? Where's the help for youth who are aging out of provincial care? Where's the focus on reintroducing people coming out of jail into our communities? Where's the improvements to income support to lift people out of poverty? Where's the shelter space? Where's the housing? I mean, these are the issues that I see in our community, on our streets. If the province wants to intervene, I would suggest intervening to fix your own house instead of leaving the municipality to inadequately deal with the fallout of broken provincial systems. I don't think there is any amending this bill to make it palatable. I think it should be withdrawn, and I think we should all go back to the table and work together on the huge, huge social challenges that we are facing. I don't think this is a productive way to go, and I will leave it at that. Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Sam. We appreciate your feedback on this. We're going to go to the members for questions. I have MLA Adams and then MLA Burrow.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I have just one question. I wonder, given our knowledge that if you shorten the hours of construction, it delays the length of the time it takes to build everything, and you just referenced the need for more housing. I'm wondering if you can tell this committee why you voted against, you and the mayor voted against the motion.
Oh, sorry. Sam.
Thank you. So I voted against it mainly because I felt like we were splitting things up. It was one of these compromise positions that I don't think really achieved anything. I don't personally think that changing the noise bylaw to 8 o'clock is suddenly going to make life hugely better for some of the folks that are dealing with construction noise. And there are, although most job sites are not running into that hours, there are times, like concrete pouring, for example, that they do have to run late. And we'd actually been in the process of amending, looking at amending it back for concrete pouring specifically. So I'd voted against it, and I think the mayor had similar sort of thoughts on it, but he'll be here later, so I think he can answer for himself.
Thank you. MLA Burrell.
Well, thanks for these comments. I think one of the things that's troubling about this bill is how much more comprehensive it is than simply the matter of the noise bylaw. And I wonder if you could comment a little about that aspect about it, that we really don't have a provincial override of municipal noise bylaw stipulations here. We have a much more comprehensive piece of legislation. I wonder if you could say what, from your point of view, is the significance of this and its potential consequences.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the consequences of this remain to be seen. It is, the noise bylaw is apparently what has sparked this. And if it was a bill that was specifically about the noise bylaw, probably wouldn't have been as aggressive on it as I have been, because we don't know exactly what it could be used with to interfere, whether this legislation has a way of sticking around, whether it's this government or the next government. It is a whole batch of unknown consequences that could come from this, because the potential, there's a lot of our activities that you could say are connected to housing or development, right? So it's the unknown that is really quite worrisome about it.
MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Sam, for that response, because I have the clause right in front of me where it says this bill authorizes the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to nullify a bylaw of the HRM within 6 months of its passing. And that's simply that. There's no reference to the noise bylaw. And so I thank you for your comments in that regard. But I wondered, to go back to the noise bylaw specifically, what originated the need, what triggered the need to amend the noise bylaw in the first place? Was it the downtown center, or was it other areas that were of development?
Councillor Austin.
Thank you. So, I mean, my sense of where this had come from, it came from the noise bylaw piece. It came from a place of, we've had a lot of construction going on that does generate complaints. There are legitimate quality of life concerns in terms of living next to an ongoing construction site that starts banging rocks at 7 in the morning and might go all day. And so there was concern out in the community. The other side of the coin is we need the housing. We need lots of construction activity. We need more than there is out there now. And so there was a fairly extensive process. I mean, our staff went away. They did a fair bit of research. The restrictions that we have would still be much less than, Vancouver, Montreal, a lot of other cities across the country. And so they completed that process. And there was also a public engagement piece. I think our survey had over 1,000 responses, if memory serves. So there was a fair bit that went into it. It wasn't any kind of secret process. And we never heard anything from the province anywhere along the way until this is the first response from the province on this.
We have 30 seconds to go, and I have MLA Craig.
Mr. Chair, Sam, good to see you. I'm not used to you being on that side and me on this side. It's more in council. So the bylaw, all the authorities are listed usually in HRM documents, the reports and so on, so by what authority, whatever action is taken. In this particular case, is there an appeal process to a bylaw such as the noise bylaw, and what would that be?
Order. My apologies. Unless the committee would like to hear the answer to that. Okay. Councillor Austin.
Could I just clarify, are you meaning like an appeal of the actual bylaw process, or an appeal like I would like to build outside these noise bylaws? I'm just not quite certain which
MLA Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the decision is made, and then if a citizen wanted to appeal the decision that was made, what would that be? And how would that...
Councillor Austin.
So, I mean, generally with a bylaw, if you don't like a bylaw, you approach your area councillor and you have a conversation with them and see if you can convince them to try and put forward an amendment at council. It's a very on-the-ground sort of process since there are 17 of us and no political parties. So you generally, there's as many policy platforms as there are people. So that's generally the approach if you don't like a bylaw.
So we'll have to move on to the next witness. My apologies. Alan Joyce, please. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Hello, Mr. Joyce. My name is Dave Ritzie. I'm the Vice Chair of the committee, and we have committee members from all parties on the left and the right of me. So
okay.
I would like for you to, if you could, introduce yourself. If there's a group that you're representing, let us know, and
okay.
That would be great. And how you'd like to be addressed.
All right.
In the Q&A when you're done presenting. So you'll have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Alan Joyce. I'm a volunteer from Fall River, and I'm representing myself today. You can call me Alan. I work closely, however, with 8 other community volunteers and more loosely with a larger group of 26 volunteers. Members of both of these groups regularly communicate with the broader community via 2 Facebook groups in our region of HRM. One group has 3,400 members, while the other has 600 members. Our area is currently covered by land use bylaw for planning districts 14 and 17, which I'm told was developed over a 7-year period by 15 or more community volunteers in conjunction with an HRM planner and 2 HRM councillors, because we actually changed councillors during the time that these bylaws were being developed. These bylaws were passed in 2016. Many of the bylaws in this document include a section called 14G8 that deals with traffic and phosphorus net loading. And these 2 issues are very important to our community. These bylaws are not to be cast aside at will. As a community, the one issue many of us have been working on is the car farm development in Fall River. There are bylaws that were supposed to be followed to limit development in our region by not allowing any increased phosphorus into our lakes. There is also bylaws for blasting, for traffic, for noise levels, and construction times. One bylaw is in place to protect our waterways from increased phosphorus levels. As I sit here today, a new effluent line is scheduled to be installed in the middle of a shallow north basin of Lake Thomas, which will absolutely increase phosphorus loading into the lake. I'll give you some background. The Car Farm development was originally zoned to allow for approximately 350 new residents, and through decisions by Regional and Community Council and HRM Planning, we are now looking at close to 1,000 new residents on this same property. And their treated effluent of somewhere near 81 million liters per year being discharged into Lake Thomas. Besides phosphorus issues, we know of at least 11 families that draw and process their drinking water via a small water treatment facility on the edge of Lake Thomas. What these families do not have is a treatment facility to treat for trace amounts of pharmaceuticals that are almost certain to be part of the 81 million liters flowing from the effluent pipe that will be consumed by these families and all the wildlife that call Lake Thomas home. We also have the issue of homes along Fall River Road and in Fall River Village who still draw their drinking water from mostly drilled wells that are right next to the Car Farm property. These homeowners are very concerned what will happen to their well water as construction proceeds within 100 meters or so from their homes and their wells. Bylaw number B600, respecting blasting, covers many varieties of situations, and citizens are relying on this bylaw to protect their drinking water and to regulate when blasting does and does not occur. This bylaw is not to be cast aside at will. The people who live right next to the Car Farm property are already going to find the peace and enjoyment of their homes to be severely upset by this development. To add to this drop in enjoyment is now the prospect that a few hours they may have enjoyed some peace will be curtailed by the ignored noise bylaw, a bylaw that Minister Lohr has used as his excuse for bringing in his government's draconian change to the HRM Charter. This bylaw is not to be cast aside at will. One of our group sent me their thoughts, and I would like to share them with you. Consulting with private sector developers and following their recommendations to remove regulations that are in place to protect health, safety, and the environment is completely inappropriate. The regulatory framework is already in place. Please let the regulators do their jobs. And I would like to conclude by repeating something I used to put up on an overhead in my introduction to business classes at Mount St. Vincent University. And it reads, "Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely." Bill 225 is a grab for absolute power, and politicians should take heed when one wishes to try to obtain absolute power in a democracy. A power grab rarely ends well for those politicians or their governments. I urge you to scrap this bill for the sake of democracy. I urge you to scrap the bill to show respect to HRM Council, who are also elected to conduct the business of governing our communities. And I emphatically urge you to scrap this bill to give respect to likely tens of thousands of volunteer hours by citizens of HRM that were involved in helping our local government draft and ultimately pass these pieces of legislation. These volunteers did it for no charge. The government was never billed a dime for all of these volunteers and their hours of work. They do it for the love of their community. These bylaws are not to be cast aside at will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. I'll pass it to the committee for questions. And we'll start with MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce, for being here, and thank you for all the volunteer work you and your groups do for the sake of saving our environment as well. It's near and dear, especially our most precious resource, our water. In that regard, I just wondered, like in your reference, in your speaking notes, how much of this bylaw amendment is causing you concern as opposed to perhaps what you're viewing and what Councillor Austin spoke of with regards to the lands in Dartmouth and the environmental piece to it. Which one is it that's causing you most concern, or both?
Mr. Joyce.
You're not familiar?
Well, Eisner Cove is what we're talking about, and I think that it's an absolute shame what's happening there, that the clear cutting has happened really without a proper environmental assessment. I don't believe there's been a proper environmental assessment done on what's going to happen to Lake Thomas, and it appears to be too late for that. It just seems like we're barreling ahead. You know, we're in the middle of supposedly a global environmental crisis, and we seem to be throwing it all aside for this so-called, you know, housing crisis, when we have land that is already cleared that could be used for construction. I just don't see the sense of mowing down more trees and building on those when we have places like Shannon Park as an example. There's a piece of land at the end of Howard Avenue in Eastern Passage that's up for sale that's just about the same size as the land that's being cleared in Eisner Cove. There are alternatives, and we should be looking at them. I think the difference is those alternatives will decrease somebody's profit. That's all.
MLA Burrow.
I just want to make sure that we understand this clearly. Would you speak to what are the specific harms to Lake Thomas and the residents of Fall River that you feel could come about as a result of the widened scope given to the provincial government through this legislation?
Mr. Joyce.
Well, the net phosphorus rule, we've already had a challenge with HRM over that, and you know, it is our feeling that that pipe should not be in the lake, that you can disperse that on their own property, and there will be pharmaceuticals that are coming out of that. I don't think the bylaws at this point with this legislation will change that particular situation, but it will change the possible blasting, possible issues with traffic, and probably numerous other things that will happen during the construction of this property that, who knows? I mean, there's a lot of bylaws that need to be met, so.
Are there any other questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Joyce, for presenting today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'll now ask our next witness, Mr. Peter Pauley, to come forward. Is it Pauley or
Pauley.
Okay, perfect.
I'm back.
So, Mr. Pauley, I'll ask you to, very similar on the last bill, if you could state your name for the record and identify yourself, how you'd like to be addressed in questions when we do get to question period. It's 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and other committee members. Peter Pauley, Polycorp Properties, Inc., Halifax-based real estate development business and rental housing provider. And most people would call me Peter. As I noted in another submission to law amendments earlier today, I am a Nova Scotia resident, taxpayer, builder, and provider of quality, reasonable priced rental housing in the province of Nova Scotia. I applaud the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the staff of the department for Bill 225. Why? Because we are in a housing crisis and a climate crisis. And it is my very significant experience that the Halifax Regional Municipality has proven wholly unable to act like we are in a housing crisis and a climate crisis. Words are not enough. It's time for action. Our company, Polycorp, has been one of the more active developers of housing units in the province over the past 20 years. We do not produce a large volume every year, but we are at it steady year after year after year. We have been involved in approximately 1,000 units in the province in the last 15 to 20 years, which would probably put us in the top 20 builders of new housing in Nova Scotia. We have land inventory for another 2,000 plus units. So we are very concerned about the current housing situation. Mind you, we are also very concerned about the situation 10 years ago. And when we voiced our concerns 10 years ago, nobody listened. We can no longer afford to wait for HRM to get their act together. Waiting is a crisis. Waiting in a crisis is not an option. I will give you some examples of how broken HRM's approach is regarding housing. In one case, our company was refused a development permit because someone, an HRM staff person, actually fabricated an incredibly detailed story about how our property was supposed to be used as a playground. There was no documentation to support this wild idea. It was just made up, thin air. In the same case, the then Director of Planning for HRM, under oath in Nova Scotia Supreme Court, quote, "A zoning confirmation letter can be indicative and may not be definitive." You need to think about that for a minute to understand what it means. It basically means we're giving you a piece of paper that may not be accurate. Imagine using a government document like that to rely on when making multi-million-dollar decisions like we do in our business. It took 2.5 years and a Supreme Court hearing to get a court order to HRM to issue the permit. HRM Legal Services deliberately tried to warp, twist, and distort the facts as much as they could in that case. They intentionally made what should have been a simple hearing into a circus to try to actually prevent the matter from being heard and to try to force a full trial to delay things further. They didn't care when we would get the permit. Court day saw 15 lawyers in the courtroom. I counted them, 15 lawyers on this matter. We're trying to get a permit to build an apartment building. And then, when we did get the court order, after 2.5 years, HRM started the permit review from scratch. One would think that they would have started where they stopped before. New staff person on it, entirely new set of questions. Took months more before we actually got the permit. That took about 100 units out of the housing inventory in this province that have not been replaced to this date. It cost HRM probably $500,000 in legal fees. They had to reimburse us, our company, over $100,000 in our out-of-pocket legal fees, plus all of the other 6 parties that they dragged into the matter. HRM lost, by my estimate, over $3 million in property tax revenue in the last 10 years for the project that should have been built. And the province, it probably cost the province $3 million in sales taxes revenue that they did not get because the project was not built. The full details of that case with the obstructions that we faced with HRM trying to get that permit never really came out. But they would be very interesting reading to the members of this group. It's all available online, or I would be happy to provide people with copies of the court decision. I can tell you about applying for what should have been simple amendments to a development agreement. Amendments that should have taken, in normal circumstances, a reasonable amount of processing time, say 3 months. It took almost 3 years. I can tell you about applying for a building permit, and after 16 weeks, the permit not having been looked at by some departments. In that case, I actually had to threaten going to the press to get the staff member to dig it out of the pile on his desk. That was before HRM could blame it on the intricacies of a new computer system slowing things down. I can tell you about questioning the value that HRM came up with for a building permit application and being told, if you don't like it, you can sue us. I can tell you about wanting to make an application to change the zoning on a piece of property and a more senior HRM person saying, "We just changed that zone 20 years ago. What has changed since then?" My response, "Are you for real? Have you heard about the little thing called global warming and climate change and the fact that the population and real estate values are off the charts?" These are some of the stories that I could tell you. I'd like to go off script for a minute to comment on some of the comments made by some of the two previous speakers. The definition of consultation. A member of the development community, I took great interest in sitting here listening to HRM people expand on the definition of consultation. I would suggest that HRM use that consultation in their discussions with me and other members of the development industry. I have, at sessions with HRM, when HRM was obviously not open to reason, discussion, input from the development community, I have been advised by senior HRM staff, sometimes a consultation means just telling you what you're going to do. That is the HRM working definition of consultation that they have advised to me. So it's with great interest that I see them coming to the province today with a completely different view on the world when the shoe's on the other foot. So back to my regular script. I could tell you about a current project that we have that we want to develop that is very similar to the other case with 20-year-old zoning. This is one of the largest parcels of land inside of all of HRM's serviceable boundary. In other words, it is already inside the sewer and water boundary and has plentiful sewer and water available to it, which often is not the case. This property had its zoning modernized in 2020. That was 22 years ago. Modernization in the year 2000 envisioned nice, large, 10,000 square foot single-family home lots with lots of street frontage. The sort of houses that would sell for $800,000, not exactly affordable. On that property, over the last 18 months, we have had several meetings with the HRM staff. We want to build a large-scale, medium-density community that's walkable, that's net zero. Typically, it takes 2 months to get a meeting after 10 to 20 phone calls or emails. Then it takes another 30 days to get a response, typically not favorable. Then the process starts again. Nobody ever says, "Wow, this is great. Let's work together to make this happen." Instead, it seems like they try to pound the lifeblood out of us when we are trying to build affordable housing in the province.
Order. Time has elapsed for presentation. I look to the members to see if we have any questions. I see MLA Adams.
Thank you very much for being here today, and I sense your frustration, and I'm glad you're persistent. My first question is just, I'd like to ask if you or other developers you know were consulted by HRM before they brought in the bylaw to change the construction hours.
Mr. Pauly?
As a former UDI board member, I was not involved in this. I believe that submissions were made, but for the most part, I have actually given up in terms of trying to participate in these consultations. And I would request that the committee members take a few minutes. Unfortunately, I did my aside because I thought it was important to deal with the definition of consultation, which cost me being able to carry through with the rest of my presentation.
Thank you. MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, that I know as being on you're referring to the regional plan that HRM has, which had extensive public consultation every 5 years. Did you participate in that process? Thank you.
Nope. Mr. Pauly.
Sorry. Further to my comment before, when one of the parties tells you their working definition of consultation is one party telling the other party what they're doing, it's pretty hard to get discouraged after working hard, going to these meetings and sessions year after year after year, to keep going back for more, because it's like beating your head against the wall.
MLA Wong.
Presentation. I did kind of leaf through it very quickly towards the end, but you do mention that you don't feel that this bylaw is going far enough. I'm just wondering where you, in your opinion, where should the bylaw go then?
Mr. Pauly?
Thank you. It's unfortunate. Is there a time limit on my response?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. It's unfortunate that I couldn't follow through, because I think the province should undertake a review of other HRM bylaws that are impacting not just the current supply, but the affordability of existing units. There are other HRM bylaws, for example, the prohibition against hauling construction debris out of the HRM. We basically have an unregulated monopoly in HRM. We have no choice but one site to take our C&D debris to. We can't haul it outside to get competitive prices. The fact that our apartment units, that under an HRM bylaw, that they refuse to provide solid waste management to the apartment units above 6 units, so that the rental housing providers need to pay for it. So I think that the bill should be broader. It should not have a grandfathering clause, and that it should look at supply and existing operations in terms of it affecting other housing stock. It has a scope that is much too narrow as it's written today, so that when we go back to HRM to want to discuss as an industry member the solid waste management perspective, that staff can't just say basically too bad. That's the way that it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pauly. Are there any other questions from committee members? MLA Nickel, 1 minute left.
As we all know, there are many acts that the province is responsible for, and one being the Environmental Act. And when it comes to solid waste, that's what every municipal unit is bound to. And I just wondered if that's what you were referencing, or it's just a yes or no.
Mr. Pauly?
And I don't profess to be an expert on this, but there's provincial legislation that regulates solid waste and C&D across the province. On top of that, HRM has its own set of bylaws pertaining to solid waste, and we are prohibited. It is actually illegal for us to haul construction debris material outside of HRM to a facility, say in Hants County or in Pictou County, where we might be able to dispose of it at a quarter of the cost of what we need to pay for it in HRM. We have an unregulated monopoly.
Order. Time for questioning has been completed. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Pauly, once again for joining us here at the table, and thank the members for the questions. Thank you. Our next two presenters, just to give the committee members a heads up, are going to be virtual, and we'll be able to see them here on the screen. Our first virtual presenter is Mayor Amanda McDougall, President of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. Just checking to see if she is online. Good afternoon, Mayor McDougall.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. That's great. You can hear us?
Certainly. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. So it's Dave Ritzie. I'm the chair of the Law Amendments Committee. It's great to see you again. And I ask that you'll have 10 minutes to present. and 5 minutes for questions. In that time, if you could do a brief introduction and who you're representing, and if when there's questions at the end, if how you'd like to be referred to, that would be wonderful.
Perfect. Well, it's nice to see you again as well. And before I start, I just want to say thank you for continuing to make this process accessible by Zoom. It really does make a big difference and allows such a far reach of participation. So I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate not having to drive really quickly to Halifax. So it means I can come home to my children tonight, and I appreciate that.
Wonderful.
So my name is Amanda McDougall. I am the president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, also mayor of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, located here in beautiful Unama'ki. Again, just want to start with a bit of gratitude for the opportunity to speak to you all today on behalf of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. So to start, I kind of want to reiterate a little bit of the work that we do at NSFM. So at NSFM, we work really, really hard each and every day to represent the views and the concerns of all municipal units in Nova Scotia. We also advocate on their behalf for improved services, support, and partnership of our municipal units with all levels of government. And I think that's really going to be the spirit of my comments today. I know most of you are very well versed in what the role of NSFM is, but I thought it's really important to start my comments off with an emphasis on our core values and our function as an advocacy group, particularly the work we do around collaboration and relationship building. Again, I reiterate, with all levels of government. So over the past 2 years, in my capacity as vice president, acting president, and now president of NSFM, I have seen our board and our membership work absolutely tirelessly to ensure that not only our membership has ample opportunity to engage in consultation and participation on a number of municipal topics and issues, but here is the super important part I want to emphasize. We also strive to ensure that the spirit of collaboration and genuine consultation is extended to our federal and provincial colleagues as well. So for all the elected folk here, we all know that good policy, smart projects, and solutions to issues are found when healthy relationships are formed between all levels of government. But not only that, those relationships are respected. So today, my role in these proceedings are going to be to articulate where NSFM feels the relationship has not necessarily been respected between provincial and municipal governments, and how we can move forward from this bill. So I should start by saying there is absolutely no question at all that housing is probably the top topic of mind for every elected official in Canada. We hear from communities we represent daily as municipal folks. And quite frankly, those calls aren't just one-offs during the day. We're hearing these time and time after again. We're seeing emails, they're flooding our social media. These calls for request and support are coming from people who are struggling to find dignified housing. We also hear from the business and private sector as well. There's a lot of pressures to add more housing to our communities, and we know that and we recognize that. But there's also pressure to ensure that there's adequate stock of housing for businesses to grow and bring more workers in so they can sustain their industry and their companies. All of us here, all elected folks, hear and live these pressures every single day. So that is not lost in this conversation. But from a municipal perspective, our municipalities work hard to be nimble. It's very, very difficult being, I guess you could say, the lowest level of government, but we find ourselves being closest to the people. Being nimble is a tricky, tricky thing to find. But I will say, our bylaw and policy processes within our municipalities are absolutely robust. They require significant research and wide-reaching consultation with our community members and stakeholders. before any vote is ever reached. This process is never taken lightly. It is completely transparent and represents the responsibility that we, as elected municipal officials, take on when we are elected by our communities. What is being proposed in Bill 225 demeans the respect and autonomy of municipalities. Had there been some advance notice or a chance to meaningfully engage on dialogue on the bill ahead of its reading, I'm quite certain that the speakers list you're listening to today would probably be significantly reduced. I know I have 10 minutes, but I also know what it's like to be an elected official and want to ask questions. So I'm going to try to keep this as succinct as possible. So in light of those time constraints, I want to offer a couple of points really quickly for your consideration. This bill is a step backwards in terms of a collaborative and respectful intergovernment relationship between municipalities and the province. And for that reason, I would ask that reconsideration of the bill must be given. We know that large and pressing issues, they're not going to stop coming forward, and we must uphold an air of collaboration if we're going to serve our communities with the best solutions possible. I worry that this is an example, or this exemption from consultation with the bill may also be indicative of how we are viewed as municipal units when we offer our insight and opinions going forward, particularly how this type of strong-handed intervention may influence the outcome of the review of the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, and the Service Exchange. This review implicates and impacts the very core of how we operate as municipalities, and we have each undertaken extensive consultation with our membership and our respective municipal units to offer our input as we grow stronger and more sustainably through the municipal-provincial relationship. Excuse me. Given the lack of proper development of a consultative process with Bill 225, we would urge all members of the legislature to call for a withdrawal of this bill until a more inclusive and respectful process can be undertaken. We ask this so we can all work towards our mutual goals in increased access to dignified housing for all. This is really where this all lies. There are plenty of examples of genuine and productive collaboration between our levels of government, and I will note, including the work being done through the Task Force on Housing that HRM and the province has engaged in. This task force and the consultation generated from it is a perfect example of how good work gets done. Before I conclude, I do want to stress that my comments today are absolutely not intended to present a case of the province versus municipalities, but rather serve as a reminder of the importance of duty and respect that comes along with fair and thoughtful consultative processes. The exemption of consultation that Bill 22 has brought forward is worrying, and it is precedent-setting in the wrong direction. But should it be granted more time to come back to the table and respect the views and input of municipalities in its development, the relationship I have spoken of so frequently today stands to only strengthen. You have the opportunity to take a step back, show municipalities that we are true partners, and that this relationship is valued and respected. So again, I hope I stayed within that time frame. I just want to reiterate my gratitude for allowing our voices through law amendments as well.
Thank you, Mayor McDougall. Appreciate your comments with about 1 minute and 2 seconds to go on your presentation. So that was good. Yeah, great job. So we're going to start with the questions from the members. I'll start with MLA Burrow.
Well, thanks so much, Mayor McDougall, for setting out the opinion of the NSFM. I'd like to ask you, though, a question from the point of view of your position as mayor. I mean, what would be the reaction you might anticipate if instead of what this bill says, that a bylaw made by the Council of Halifax pursuant to this act may be nullified, what would be the reaction you would anticipate in your jurisdiction if it said a bylaw or part of a bylaw made by the CBRM Council pursuant to this act may be nullified by order of the minister?
Right.
Mayor McDougall.
Thank you so kindly. From, again, just for clarity, that question was being asked of my role in CBRM as mayor here. I think, again, I used the word demean before, but it would demean the processes that we have in place as municipalities to make decisions for our communities. I like to think that our processes are so robust. They involve significant amounts of public consultation. We speak to our residents every day and are on the ground with them. And we take that into consideration when we are developing bylaws. And so for there to be this process at the municipal level nullified by the powers of one person, I find it quite undemocratic.
MLA Nickel.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Amanda, even though it's virtually. And I guess my question is, as the current president for the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, you referenced your worrying, and I know many things keep us awake at night. So I just want, in particular, to ask about the review you mentioned of the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, and the service level agreement. Have those discussions started yet? And if so, has the NSFM been involved in them?
Sure.
Mayor McDougall.
Thank you. Sorry, I keep going ahead of you, sir. Yes, so those conversations have started. So if I could take a jump back really quickly to kind of explain how the NSFM has come into the fold of these conversations. So when we were made aware that the review of the service exchange and the Municipal Government Act was going to take place, NSFM acted quite quickly to ensure that we could form an advisory committee and be a part of that process. I'm very quick to say that we're not negotiating, we're advising on this process, and that is because we kind of clawed our way into it. The reason that I worry is because these are all things that impact the day-to-day ability of municipalities. And if a municipality is going to put forward their insights, are going to do the work, such as the work HRM is doing around affordable housing, and their bylaws aren't going to be respected, well, what does that mean when it comes to the service exchange and the input that we've put into there? We know what we need to get the work done and do it right. And we're doing it on behalf of our residents. And so I'm worried that our insight isn't valued, but more so is just being used to check a box and say, great, we've had them involved, but we're going in a different direction. So that's where my worry comes from.
Okay, thank you, Mayor McDougall. Are there any other questions from members? I'm seeing none. I thank you so much for your time today, Mayor McDougall, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Take good care. And thank you all again for making this so accessible.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is virtual, as mentioned. It's Mr. Jacques Dubé, the CEO for Halifax Regional Municipality. Hello, Jacques. There he is. Mr. Dubé, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can.
Okay, great. It's Dave Ritzie. I'm the MLA for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, and the Vice Chair of the Law Amendments Committee. So I'll ask you to start with your name and your role and who you're representing and how you'd like to be addressed during question period. We'll start with that, and then I'll pass it over to you. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for committee members to ask questions. Mr. Dubé.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Jacques Dubé. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Halifax Regional Municipality, and you can call me Jacques.
Okay, thank you, Jacques. Please go ahead.
Well, again, thank you very much. Bonjour. Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you all for allowing me some time on your agenda today to speak on behalf of the administration of Halifax Regional Municipality regarding this important piece of proposed legislation. I would suggest that the amendments to the HRM Charter put forward in Bill 225 greatly concern our administration. HRM recognizes both the scope and urgency of the current housing crisis, as well as the municipality's important role in finding sustainable solutions. The advancement, the advancement of measures to improve housing availability in our municipality remains a key priority for the municipality. And as stated in the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission's 2021 report, increasing the supply of affordable housing requires effective collaboration between all orders of government. And our administration remains committed to working closely with the province and other partners to address the pressing housing needs in our region. So HRM appreciates some of the measures taken by the province to date to address the housing crisis. This includes moving forward with the requested legislative amendments permitting municipalities to implement inclusionary zoning, as well as exploring additional tools to empower municipalities to become more effective partners in addressing the current crisis. I read with interest the Deloitte report recently commissioned by the province that recommended actions already being addressed through Regional Council approved business plan for our Planning and Development Department. The department is doing outstanding work as evidenced by the 2022 Planning Excellence Award. That's the 2022 Planning Excellence Award received by the HRM Center Plan team from the Atlantic Planning Institute. So rather than making light of the municipality's work to address housing issues, as a number of government members did in the House last week, the government should follow the lead of my planning team's peers at the Institute and applaud their efforts. That said, the municipality is committed to working in a collaborative partnership with the province to jointly advance housing solutions via the Executive Panel on Housing. We have done this work despite our objections and reservations relating to provincial intrusions on municipal jurisdictions, such as the new legislative authority allowing the province to override municipal planning and decision-making in special planning areas. So, the projects contained in the 9 planning areas designated by the minister were or are proceeding at the same pace that the minister announced earlier this year. So it's not clear to me why the government is taking these unprecedented actions. Some may argue it is more about politics than good land use policy. HRM remains consistent in our recognition that the current housing crisis calls for accelerated and streamlined action to further facilitate growth. However, we also maintain a focus on our established strategies, plans, and bylaws that reflect the input and interests of our residents. Part of the reason that the Halifax region has experienced unprecedented growth is because the municipality has taken the time to establish policies that create the kind of a vibrant city that is reflective of its residents and attracts both people and investment. Consequently, in working with our provincial counterparts, HRM has sought to cultivate a partnership which recognizes both the pressing nature of the housing crisis, but also respects the municipality's legislative jurisdiction. This kind of legislation, with the potential of such sweeping impact, must be based on evidence. And Mr. Chair, the evidence is that there is a record-setting 10,000 new units under permit right now, but only 6,500 of which are in various stages of construction. Industry has only been completing 3,000 units per year. However, to meet the needs of a growing region, they should be completing 7,600 units per year. And this is more than double the amount of units as they've been building. This is not a planning approval issue, this is a building issue. And the fact that 6,500 units are under active construction is a sign of progress towards this goal. It is also important for everyone to understand that HRM's work has resulted in over 100,000 new housing units in various planning and approval stages. Rather than interfere in our work, the province should immediately enhance its efforts to recruit tradespersons from other countries and provinces. That, Mr. Chair, is the most important action the government can take to accelerate housing construction. As one of the other speakers mentioned, all of the construction trades are subscribed now and will be for the foreseeable future unless we get more people on the ground. We should also focus on the growing homeless situation in HRM. At last count, 697 people are homeless in HRM, and I'm not aware of any provincial announcements of any measures it has led to address the homelessness crisis. Adding to its inventory of social housing is key to addressing our homelessness situation in HRM. We understand that the intention of this proposed bill is to address recent amendments to HRM's noise bylaw, which sets permitted times for noise-generating construction activities in residential areas. However, the new authority to override HRM bylaws contained in Bill 225 is much broader. It provides the minister with the discretion to override by order any bylaw passed that they determine impacts housing or development. So regarding the noise bylaw, this committee should know that nothing in this bylaw will negatively impact the supply of housing. Any suggestions to the contrary are simply not based on facts. The noise bylaw adopted by Regional Council actually makes it easier to obtain an exemption from the bylaw by delegating this authority away from council to staff, and is less restrictive than similar bylaws in other growing cities in Canada, including Toronto, Vancouver, Victoria, and Gatineau. Our administration has significant concerns that this represents a broad and unwarranted intrusion into municipal jurisdiction, one which sets a troubling precedent. Given that any number of municipal bylaws have the potential to impact housing or development, it is impossible to predict how this new ministerial power could be used and in turn impact HRM's finances or the quality of life of its citizens. Of particular concern is the lack of consultation on the proposed changes, an approach that is not conducive to the collaborative partnership that we have endeavored to cultivate with our provincial counterparts. The municipality was only informed of the proposed amendments on the evening prior to Bill 225 being introduced to the legislature. This falls short of the desired standards of communication between the two orders of government, and it is in itself disturbing and frankly insulting. More concerning is that the contents of the bill itself specifically contemplate and yet dismiss the province's legislative duty to consult with the municipality on HRM charter amendments. I and my senior team are very disappointed by this approach, particularly given the municipality's substantive efforts to date to collaborate with the province on housing. Our administration stresses that great caution should be exercised in utilizing a new authority to override HRM's bylaws, and it has the potential to erode the authority of regional council and undermines the municipality's decision-making processes. Regardless of the government's decision to move ahead with this potential detrimental legislation, HRM will remain steadfast in our commitment to ensure that we continue to advance efforts that not only support an increase in housing supply, but also reflects the needs of all residents and serve the ongoing development of a strong and inclusive capital region. Wilalin, merci. Thank you very much again for allowing me some time to speak today to this proposed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Dubé, for your comments and presentation. I'll now move it to the members for questions. We'll start with MLA Burrell and then MLA DiCostanzo.
Well, thank you for this very forceful formulation of the problem. And so I just want to ask, how much of a concern is it to you that this is not, in fact, as many people have thought of it, a bill to override the HRM's noise bylaw, that it is in fact very clear in its wording, a bill of much more comprehensive scope? Is that a primary concern from your point of view?
Mr. Dubé.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the member, absolutely a concern. As I mentioned in my comments, we don't know how far this will go. We don't know what the minister intends to do beyond the noise bylaw. Hard to predict. But when you think about it, municipalities regulate land use. And we do it in a thoughtful way. We consult with people. And if people, if they, the UARB actually has a role to play in terms of appealing certain decisions of council. People also have a right to go to the court and ask an independent judge to rule on whatever manner that's being grieved. So there are ways to look at the way to appeal decisions. Certainly putting it in the hands of one person is not something that we necessarily support, particularly when other organizations like the UARB have actually, independent objectives and informed professional staff to deal with these such matters. So this is a great concern to us.
Thank you, MLA DiCostanzo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dubé. I also know the number of staff that you have in your department. Maybe you can highlight that, and how can the minister, being overloaded in task as he is, can understand and make decisions on smaller things and larger things and different pieces of land, that he seems to have the power when over what this whole big department of staff that and have the experience. How is this being explained? I'd like people to understand how much this power that this minister they are taking over without having the staff that requires all that work and dedication. So maybe you can explain that to us, please.
Mr. Dubé.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. So, there's no doubt that, HRM has a very large planning team, right? Very highly qualified, I mentioned in my comments, award-winning, recognized by their peers throughout Atlantic Canada and across the country, in fact, through some of the work that they're doing. So we have a lot of capacity here, way more than the province does, frankly. Province has, look, and I will say right away that the province has very qualified people working for it, including, the director of provincial planning, but there's a very small group, right, in the department that deals with this. There's 3 or 4 people that deal with planning matters on behalf of the minister. So we would have, 30 times more than that working for HRM, right? So there's no question that we have a lot of capability and very confident in their ability to get the job done.
MLA Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jacques, for your presentation. I know that in response to a question, the minister said that the noise bylaw specifically would impact 2 months on the construction industry within a year, and I just wondered if that response was something you agree with or had any input to.
Mr. Dubé, with 1 minute left.
Okay, thanks. So thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. So, if you look at the details of the bylaw, what we're talking about here is a change from 7 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Monday to Friday to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. And the bylaw contemplates delegation to the CAO for certain construction activities, including concrete pouring and finishing, support construction mitigation plans, and due to limited access to construction trades or equipment, I can give them a variance or a permit to go beyond certainly the 8 o'clock. So nothing else substantially changes. The rock breaking would actually match that, except 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Monday to Friday, and not permitted on a Saturday or Sunday. So we've had to balance this. So, there's no question that these bylaw changes will not impact at all the construction of units, right? The biggest issue is the labor supply. And we've allowed it for the bylaw to say, look, if somebody comes to us and say, we have limited access to construction trades and equipment, we need to go longer, we'll let them go longer. So it's a little bit misleading to suggest that there's going to be that many hours or days or months taken out of the construction season, because it's in fact not true, in my opinion.
Order. The time for questions from members has been completed. So I thank you, Mr. Dubé, for joining us virtually and making a presentation. Thank you and have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
So we're going to move through our agenda and list of speakers. And next up is the Mayor of Halifax Regional Municipality, Mike Savage. So I welcome him to the stage. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Chair. Nice to see you and the committee. This is becoming a regular happening for me, so happy to be back.
Well, we'll start it off, Mayor Savage, with an introduction of yourself, who you represent. You'll have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes from questions from the panel. So I'll pass it over to you, Mayor Savage.
Thank you. I'm Mike Savage, the Mayor of Halifax, and you can call me whatever you want, but Mayor Mike is fine by me. So I'll begin. Thank you, sir. In 2008, the Progressive Conservative government brought in the Halifax Charter in recognition of the important role and the unique nature of this province's capital city. Today, Halifax is one of the fastest growing, possibly the fastest, and most successful cities in Canada, with record population growth propelling Nova Scotia to over 1 million people. We have unprecedented development across the municipality. We've become an innovation and tech hub. We're attracting people and companies from across the country and around the world. We have responsibly managed our finances, kept tax rates well below other cities, and invested in key infrastructure needed to support growth. While the Halifax Charter is imperfect, it validates the growing role of Halifax in leading the provincial economy, and adjustments have been made by various governments to make it more effective. But Bill 225 is a direct intrusion into municipal affairs, and it happened without any consultation with us. Indeed, this bill was introduced without notice in direct contravention of the very provisions of the Charter that require notice. To call that concerning would be an understatement. We all agree that housing is needed, all forms of housing, but most particularly affordable housing. If we are to remain a livable, desirable city for people across the socioeconomic spectrum, that's a necessity. This city's remarkable growth has turned around the meaning of going down the road. Instead of people leaving here to go to Toronto and points west, people are coming here. HRM has planned for this growth. It was no accident. In anticipation of population increases, HRM introduced its regional plan to accommodate growth, setting responsible targets for urban, suburban, and rural development. The downtown plan, known as HRM by Design, has helped densify the core of the city by allowing as-of-right development. We followed this with the Centre Plan for urban and near-urban neighborhoods. This plan enables 37,000 units as of right and another 22,000 in designated growth nodes, while incentivizing much-needed affordable housing. It passed council a year ago and was adopted into planning law by the province. The regional plan review, now underway, could add another 25,000 units to the mix throughout the municipality. We're doing the hard work of preparing for population growth that aligns with our people, planet, and prosperity economic strategy done in partnership with the Halifax Partnership, our Halifax Climate Action Plan, and our Halifax Transit Plan. This means greater density where it can best be accommodated in sustainable, connected communities that can be serviced with transit, recreation, libraries, parks, and playgrounds. But here's the thing. Development is not as simple as permissive planning and longer construction hours. Today, we have projects totaling 10,000 housing units with building permits in hand, which is evident from the 36 cranes dotting the horizon. But we also have 3,000 units under permit that have not broken ground. Developers and builders are doing their very best, but are struggling to find trades and unskilled labor. They're faced with increased interest rates and have encountered costly supply chain disruptions. In short, the fundamentals have changed. Now, last year, the government introduced the Executive Panel on Housing in the HRM. We did not and do not feel it was necessary, but we cooperated, with our most senior city planners working alongside provincial staff in every way possible to ensure ministerial approvals recognize sustainable growth areas. Minister Laura and I communicate regularly, and I've appreciated the relationship. That is why it was so disappointing that Bill 225 came with no notice and no respect for municipal authority. The recent Deloitte report, commissioned by the Housing Panel, identified a number of measures to spur housing, most of which are already underway. The report spoke to our orders of government, provincial and municipal, working together to implement solutions. Bill 225 is not working together, and the measures it proposes are nowhere to be found in the Deloitte report. Minister Laura has indicated this bill is largely targeted at a new bylaw passed last summer by HRM that moves the end of construction hours from 9:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. The move by the city came about after many complaints from families and others, a staff report, consultation, and vigorous council debate. I did not vote for the changes, but I recognize that we all have to live together in this community, even and perhaps especially while we're building it. And I respect the decision of the council I chair. Council's decision was not out of line with other growing cities. Toronto, for example, stopped construction at 7 p.m., and our bylaw allows for exemptions and weekend construction, which is not allowed in many jurisdictions. To be overruled without public consultation is distasteful in a democracy. It leads to the question, which bylaws will be nullified next? Bill 225 is not about construction and blasting hours. It is about seizing new ministerial powers while striking a political pen through the Charter's duty to consult the municipality It was designed to help govern. In its potential to put a provincial government in charge of a city that is home to nearly half of the province's population, this bill is out of step with modern democratic principles. Municipalities are not gatekeepers. They are places full of people passionate about building livable communities. Like so many cities across this country, we need the help of our provincial government to unlock labor, to decrease costs, and to help us move more housing projects from permit to construction. We need sustained investments in affordable housing, in public housing, and in the most rudimentary of temporary housing with the wraparound supports that help people get back on their feet. Respect and collaboration are fundamental to any lasting relationship. You have a willing and capable partner in us, and I urge you to work with us to continue to build this great city for all of its citizens. I thank you for this opportunity to appear today.
Thank you, Mayor Savage, for the presentation. We have questions from members, starting with MLA Wong, and we'll pass it this way.
Thank you, Mayor Mike. And I just want to say I am a proud resident of HRM, but I'm also very proud to be a Nova Scotian. There's no doubt we're in a housing crisis. We need housing, and we need it now. We've heard it from the press, we've heard it from the public, we've heard it from the opposition. But I do have a two-part question for you. So an HRM staff report recommended against this noise restriction bylaw. You voted against this bylaw. So first part, can you tell us why you voted against this noise bylaw? And the second part, do you agree or disagree that this noise bylaw will, in fact, increase the cost of housing and the time it takes to build these developments?
Mayor Savage.
Oh,
Mayor
sorry.
Savage.
I know the rules. Am I good? Okay. Yeah, I voted against this because I didn't see the need for a change. But I also heard from lots of people across the municipality who had kids who couldn't sleep until 9:30 at night when the noise stopped. And one of the things I really think we need to do as a municipality and as a province is work together and stop building walls between those who want construction all the time anywhere and those who don't want any. We have, over the last number of years, turned down very few construction projects in the city. I mentioned there's 10,000 building units currently under permit. In that time, we've said no to one project. That was in Lower Sackville. I think that was for 125 units over 5 years because there was no school capacity for that. And so I've talked to developers even since this legislation have come in, builders who said that they can work around the bylaw. It's not a problem. I mean, you may have noticed this building in Toronto and Vancouver and Victoria and London who have much more restrictive hours. And I just got an email this morning saying that there's going to be nighttime construction somewhere in Dartmouth because it's needed, and it was granted. So, no, I think that most people in the industry could work around this. But I think more importantly, we have to find a way to build our city, urban, rural, and suburban, in a way that not only benefits the people who are coming here, but the people who already live here as well. And we're doing a lot of building.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. MLA Burrow. Oh, one. Oh, Mayor Savage.
The first part was, why did I vote against it? And the second part is, would it affect construction? And I've answered both.
MLA Burrell.
Thank you. So this is a pretty strong word, distasteful, to describe the bill. And, I think we're all aware that in the housing crisis, a strong, good working relationship between the HRM and the province is essential. In your view, does this bill jeopardize the ability of the two jurisdictions together to move forward in the way we need to address the housing crisis?
Mayor Savage.
As I indicated, I've worked well with Minister Laura. I've worked well with Minister McFarland on a lot of the issues that are in front of us, but something like this is very dramatic, right? So distasteful is a mild word. Anybody who's in municipal government or anybody who's been in municipal government would find this distasteful. This is not how government is supposed to work. At the very least, we talk. Because I hear collaboration come out of the mouths of government members quite a lot. And even though I didn't agree with the housing panel, we found a way to work with it because we think the work has to happen. I'd much rather be here today talking about a government bill to build affordable housing for those who need it, as opposed to spending all this time arguing whether construction ends at 8 o'clock or 9:30. I understand the construction industry will advocate, because they should. That's their job. They're doing what they should do. But I don't think it's going to make a huge difference, over the next number of years in terms of what gets built. And I think the relationship between the provincial and municipal orders of government needs to be strong. And I think you've heard already from the president of NSFM, who's spoken about the concerns that NSFM, other municipalities have about what this might mean if this is the approach. So we will work with anybody who wants to build housing, private sector, not-for-profit organization, obviously the provincial government. We've shown that, but we deserve the same respect in return.
MLA Nickel.
Hi, Mayor Mike. I just wondered, you mentioned in reference Toronto as far as their bylaw. I am sure that a jurisdictional scan was done across Canada on how they treat with construction, but I just wondered if the formulation and the recommendation coming to council for the bylaw, if there was consultation done with others in the recommendation itself that was presented, that council determined that they would go with the bylaw changes.
Mayor Mike with 35 seconds.
Yeah, the staff report that came back was pretty complete, and it gave the options. And as was mentioned, they recommended to leave the hours as it was. But a number of councillors have heard from a lot of residents about construction noise. We're building a city right now, and there's a lot of noise. And can we find a way? And we think we found a middle way. We're not going to 6 o'clock like London, Ontario, or even 7 o'clock like Toronto. We're not saying you can't build on weekends like in a lot of cities. What we're saying is a reasonable solution was 8 o'clock. And so I think that's a reasonable accommodation. The bigger issue is, why was this done without any consultation, without any discussion with us? That's the concern that we have.
Order. The time for members and questions to our witness is now elapsed. We do have an amendment to this bill, and I'll allow some time to pass this bill, or pass this amendment out to our members. Thank you, Mayor Savage. All right. Has everybody had the opportunity to take a look at the amendment? I'll ask MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to read the amendment that page 1, clause 2, proposed subsection 204A1, delete the word nullified and substitute the word suspended until reconsidered and confirmed. Page 1, clause 2, proposed clause 204A1B, delete nullify and substitute suspend. Page 1, clause 2, proposed subsection 204A2, A, delete nullified and substitute suspended. B, delete as of and substitute from. And C, add until confirmed immediately after order. Page 1, clause 2, proposed subsection 204A6, delete. And as we heard, I'm putting this forward as a means of finding that middle ground, as Mayor Mike mentioned. This would give the opportunity for the municipality and the province to come to some sort of an agreement with regards to how this impacts their day-to-day, as the mayor for CBRM spoke, but also to show good faith with, in that regard. All the comments that were heard, except for probably one, does agree that this is the best way forward. I mean, a lot of the comments that I heard are comments that many people around this table heard me say in the legislature as well. And it does give some consternation and worry to any elected municipal official in Nova Scotia, as we've heard from the mayor of CBRM and her comments with regards to the ongoing service level agreement and the Municipal Government Act. So this, I feel, would be a good kind of pause to take at this point in time, and I hope that it has some support. Thank you.
Move it, yes. Okay, hold it. MLA Nickel.
And I move that this motion be put.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, or please say aye. Those opposed? Nay. Amended, yes. Okay, yeah, motion's defeated. MLA Burrow.
I move that the Bill 225 be returned to the department for renewed further consideration.
Okay, we have, MLA LeBlanc.
Thanks. I can speak to that motion?
Sure.
Yeah, great. Unless you want to speak to it first? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chair, I feel like we've heard some pretty strong arguments as to why this is a bad bill, perhaps unconstitutional. It goes against the charter. The lack of consultation part of this is deeply concerning. We supported the Liberals' amendments to the bill to find some common ground, but I actually feel like that's amending a bad bill, to be honest. It's better than nothing, but this is a bad bill. It needs to be looked at again. There needs to be real conversation happening with the HRM, and the bill should be turfed and brought back with some discussion. Now, I also want to say, this is from a government who has dropped the ball on affordable housing at many turns. The provincial government, this current government has not been in power for all of the ball dropping, but the province has dropped the ball on affordable housing, and the result has been is that the HRM has picked up slack where it's been able to, done things out of its mandate, and made sure that some people, as many people as possible, have been able to be housed in some kind of non-tent-like structure. And again, that approach has not been perfect, but it is better than doing nothing. And I feel like in terms of the relationship between the province and the city on this file, which is extremely important, that this is a slap in the face to the city that has been working very, very hard under very difficult circumstances. So for all of those reasons, I think this bill should go back. Thanks.
MLA DiCasanzo.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo my colleague as well. And I feel that this bill is not really about the noise issue. This bill is about inching towards taking over the responsibility of HRM, who has many, many employees and expertise, and now we're telling them what to do. So I totally agree. This bill is not ready and it should not be passed and should go back to the department. And thank you.
Thank you. MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't believe that we're sitting here and contemplating another decision that would slow down housing development in HRM. So we won't be supporting this motion. We're going to carry on. We're going to build housing as quickly as we can. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. So we'll go, MLA Nickel.
I can't believe that we're ignoring the fact that we have a labor shortage, and that's exactly what we heard is what's delaying construction of housing in this province. Thank you.
Thank you, MLA Nickel. So we have a motion on the floor. We'll go to vote. All those in favor, please by saying yay. Yay. Those opposed? Nay. Okay, motion defeated. Oh, MLA Burrow.
Yeah. Pretty clearly, the vote there was 4 voices on one side and 4 on the other. If the chair would wish to register a deciding vote, I think we would need to have that registered.
I said nay.
Oh, okay.
So we will now close the, yep, we will, yeah. Just one sec here. We'll close the presentations on Bill 225. I'll ask MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to close debate on Bill 225.
For all those in favor, please by saying yay. Yay. Those opposed? Hearing nothing. So now we'll have a motion on the floor. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 225 be reported back to the House without amendment.
All those in favor? Yay. Those opposed? Nay. Okay. Thank you. We'll now take a 5-minute break, if that's okay. So we'll conclude and we'll start again at 2:14.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll call things back to order. Thank you very much, MLA Ritzy, for filling in while I stepped out. I appreciate that. We are moving back, we're moving on now to our next order of business, which will be Bill 208, the Environment Act amended. We have one speaker, Tanyette DeVoe. And are you here? Hi. I know I probably said your name wrong, and I apologize. I have you down speaking both for 208 as well as 212. So you'll have the 10 minutes to present with 5 minutes of follow-up. If you could just introduce yourself for the record, please, and how you would like to be identified by members of the committee, and if you're here representing any organizations or if you're just here on your own. And I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So my name is Tanyette DeVoe, and I'm here representing Sierra Club of Canada. So I am speaking both to Bill 212 and Bill 208, and I'm going to start with Bill 212, the Public Utilities Act. So there's a lot in Bill 212 that I actually like. In particular, I'm pleased to see that it puts a stop to Nova Scotia Power's payday loan scheme, or that's the only thing I've come up with that I can compare it to. So with this approach, the company has been able to make millions off of deferred fuel costs. The legislation, I think, also successfully communicates to Nova Scotia Power and Emera that its juicy profit days are numbered. Now, according to Nova Scotia Power, its forecasted fuel costs for 2023 and 24 could increase customer rates by 26%. They left out that little detail in their submission to the Utility and Review Board, but fortunately, the interveners requested it. Obviously, a 26% rate hike is not going to go over well with the public. In fact, those are the kind of power rate increases that cause governments to lose elections. Whether these fuel costs are passed on in real time to customers, or some of the costs are deferred, further burdening the younger generation, the fact is oil, coal, and natural gas are extraordinarily expensive. I have to ask if the gentlemen at the head of the table are actually listening.
I am, thank you. I'm actually trying to take some notes from some of the things you were just saying. Thank you.
Okay, great, good to know. So I want to point out that the levelized costs of energy, so these costs differentiate between gas, coal, onshore wind, and solar, both fixed access, it's called, and tracking, PV. The levelized costs of those sources for the first 6 months of the year have been published. Bloomberg NEF is where I'm getting my data, and I'll share this with you by email as well. It showed that gas is the most expensive, at $81 per megawatt hour, followed by coal, followed by onshore wind and solar. And solar and wind are 40%, 40 to 45% less than the fossil fuels that I just mentioned. So every day that Nova Scotia Power delays the transition to low-cost wind and solar means that Nova Scotia Power's customers are faced with high power bills, even though we know that clean, renewable energy is much cheaper. So why am I harping on this? The legislation really does nothing to compel Nova Scotia Power and Emera to accelerate the transition to low-cost, renewable energy. Some of you may be thinking, that's really distracting behind you. Okay.
You just worry about doing your presentation. They'll worry about the business of the House. Thanks.
Okay. Some of you may be thinking that the amendments to the Environment Act in Bill 208 will address that. I'll get to that in a moment. So, but first I want to point out some highlights from Nova Scotia Power's 10-year systems outlook. The company released its outlook at the end of June, so just 4 months ago. So reminder, gas, according to the levelized cost of energy, is the most expensive fuel currently. So in the 10-year outlook, between 2024 and 2025, Nova Scotia Power intends to convert one of its units at Point Tupper from coal to gas. It refers to it as combustion turbines, which is a lot like referring to cars that use gas as internal combustion engine vehicles. But I'm going to call it gas. And I'm not going to call it natural gas because then I'd have to refer to coal as natural coal or oil as natural oil. They're all fossil fuels. There's no, it's not different. 2026 to 2027, no, 2025 to 26, it will introduce 150 megawatts, so 100 of gas. So 150 followed by 150. I'll skip the year breakdown and I'll just read you line by line the additions. So following that, there'll be another 50 megawatts of gas generation, followed by 200 megawatts of gas generation, followed by 250 megawatts, and finally in 2030 to 31, another 50. If you add those up, you get 850 megawatts of new gas, okay? So that's in their 10-year systems outlook. The other thing that's in their 10-year systems outlook, supposedly to get us to clean energy, is the Atlantic Loop, which is supposed to be online in 2029, 2030, according to this outlook, and Nova Scotia Power will be importing 550 megawatts of electricity. There's no plan B. So 550 megawatts is how we're, through the Atlantic Loop, is supposed to be how we're going to make up for shortfall in coal, I guess. But you know, there's no plan B if the Atlantic Loop falls through. So for example, if Emera's CEO has a meltdown and says he's pressing pause on the loop, or if all of the agreements required to begin building the loop, including agreements from all 4 provinces, the various levels of government, including First Nation governments, falls through. There's also an environmental impact, of course, of bringing more gas onto the grid, in addition to the high cost, which this bill is presumably trying to address. I know I don't have much time, so I'm going to read one quote from Oil Change International. It says, "The myth of gas as a bridge to stable climate does not stand up to scrutiny. While much of the debate to date has focused on methane leakage, methane being the primary gas that is emitted by drilling for fossil gas and burning fossil gas. While much of the debate to date has focused on methane leakage, the data shows that greenhouse gas emissions just from burning the gas itself are enough to overshoot climate goals. The International Energy Agency has made it crystal clear that we must no longer be investing in oil, gas, and coal as of last year when their groundbreaking report came out. And this year, their recent energy outlook, this is the International Energy Agency, they're saying the environmental case for clean energy needed no reinforcement, but the economic arguments in favor of cost-competitive and affordable clean technologies are now stronger, and so too is the energy security case. So turning now to Bill 208.
I'm sorry that that's your time there, but I will go to members of the committee if anyone has any questions. Thank you. MLA LeBlanc.
Thank you. Just wanted to know your thoughts on so-called green hydrogen when it comes to this conversation of different types of fuel and getting off coal. Do you think that green hydrogen is a viable option for Nova Scotia?
Sorry, I'll recognize the speaker. Thank you.
So, yeah, I spoke to this at the last one. But the thing with green hydrogen is that if it's produced, for example, by wind, it should only be produced as a byproduct of wind energy. So you use the wind energy first to generate electricity, and then if there's excess, there's spillover, sure, capture that to produce green hydrogen. But otherwise, it's not cost effective, and you lose energy all along the chain.
Thank you. Any other questions? MLA Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to that point, the term green hydrogen can only be used when you're actually using clean energy, not any way, shape, or form of using coal to subsidize it, correct?
Presenter.
That's correct, although as we're seeing today, companies are referring to their plans as green hydrogen, for example, in Port Hawkesbury, even though they will be generating their so-called green energy off of Nova Scotia Power's grid, which is still largely powered by coal and other fossil fuels.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask you if I could have a couple more minutes simply to speak to Bill 208. It's much shorter.
So here's what, so you spoke to, that was just 212.
Correct.
So I'll allow you to go an extra 5 minutes specifically on 208.
Perfect.
What I would ask is next time, and some speakers don't know this, but you can actually ask to present individually on both of them, and you can ask Ledge Council if you could put you close together. So
Okay.
Previously we had a speaker, he was the final speaker on one bill, and then he was the first speaker on the second bill.
Okay.
So you can do that in the future, because I know this is the second or third time now that you've presented. So, but I will give you 5 minutes to present. This would be, Can we finish with 212 and then I can close the public
Sure.
hearing on that or continue it? Okay, okay. So Ledge Council says I'm okay. So we'll go with 208. I'll give you the 5 minutes. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. So with regards to Bill 208, which proposes an out-based pricing system that will impose or put a price on carbon emissions for large industrial emitters in the province, notably Nova Scotia Power. Minister Holman says this places a compliance cost on industry and that it is not a tax. Presumably, the government is holding out this new compliance cost as a carrot rather than a stick. So the idea is to create a financial incentive for large emitters like Nova Scotia Power to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. However, there are several fatal flaws with this approach. Incentives make sense when you're dealing with stuff that you'd like to bring about but can live without. For example, you might come up with an incentive to go on a diet. But it doesn't make sense to take an incentive-based approach with something as essential as electricity. Part of what is essential is that electricity needs to be affordable and reliable, which is no longer possible with fossil fuels. Another huge problem is that not all greenhouse gas polluters in the province are included under this bill. For example, the Donkin coal mine, which reopened last month in Cape Breton, is exempt. In 2019, Cameron Coal, which operates the mine, reported CO2 emission equivalents of 423,000 tons, making it one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters in the province. It shut down operations in March of 2020, but even then it reported 371,000 tons of CO2 emissions equivalents for that year. And methane accounted for most of it. Those of you who aren't familiar with methane, it is, a ton of methane is equivalent to between 84 and 87 tons of CO2 over a 20-year time frame. So it's a supercharged greenhouse gas. And that's why at the last COP26, there was the global methane pledge to reduce methane as quickly as possible. So the Donkin mine is the largest emitter of methane in the province, and yet it is not captured under the cap and trade program, and I see nothing that would change that with Bill 208. And the Donkin mine isn't the only large carbon emitter that will continue to fall through the giant cracks in the carbon accounting system. So back to the original question, can Nova Scotia Power and Emera be reformed? Because that's kind of the thrust, it seems to me, of both Bill 212 and 208. I want to share with you that the country of Dominica didn't think so. So in March of this year, Dominica regained ownership of its power utility from Emera Caribbean. It did so because it wanted to transition to clean, renewable energy.
1 minute.
And it could not achieve this with Emera. So now it is going it on its own. It regained majority control from Emera, and it is targeting 100% clean, non-renewable energy by the year 2030. I think in the remaining seconds, I can just say, you know, I feel like we're beating around the bush here. We have a utility monopoly. We're hoping that carrots and sticks will sort of get it to do what we want. But it's going to do what corporations are meant to do, which is maximize profit.
Okay, that's 5. I will, did you have a question? Okay, I was going to say I'll go for 5 quick minutes of MLAs, and I'll recognize MLA Smith.
Thank you very much. I might end with a question, I might not, but I just want to at least set the record straight on a couple of things. The only reason that Bill 208 exists is because the federal government is imposing this carbon tax on our province. So we put together Bill 208 so that these output producers, the large producers, are not taxed at 8%. Under our plan, they'll only be taxed at 2%. So it's not necessarily a carrot and a stick. 208 exists because the federal government is making us do it.
I'm not sure that actually addresses the concerns that I raised.
Well, I'm not sure that Bill 208 is the right place to be asking the questions that you're concerned about.
MLA Smith? Question.
I just wanted to set the record straight on that, and thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts on both the bills, 208 and 212.
Thank you, MLA. Any other questions? I'll go to the presenter to respond, please.
Yeah, I don't really hear a question, but it's sort of talking crossways, in my view, to say that you're trying to solve a different problem. I'm trying to solve the problem of the high cost of electricity and what it's made up of, because at the moment, clean energy is affordable energy, and the opposite is not. But I don't see that what you're proposing, what this government is proposing, is going to solve either in this case. And it's going to leave polluters out.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll move on Bill 212.
208 has a change sheet.
So, just hang on, everyone. So I was, because the previous speaker spoke both on 212 as well as 208, I was going to let the final speaker speak because they're here and they're scheduled for 2:15. Once we hear from the final speaker, we'll close the public hearing on those two and then go to the floor for any amendments that committee members may have. Would that be okay? Yeah, I'm just going to finish the next the next speaker, and then we'll close the public hearing on both of those and go for any amendments. So, okay. All right, thanks everyone. So we'll go to our final speaker today, which would be speaking on Bill 212, Public Utilities Act, Dylan McDonald. Hi. So you have, because of the fact that we had more than 8 speakers on 212, you have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for follow-up questions from committee members. And so if you could identify yourself for the committee, and if you're here with representing any particular groups, and then we'll start your 5 minutes. And I'll go to you, speaker.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Legislative Council, and members of the committee. I appreciate the chance to discuss Bill 212 and provide some thoughts and submissions here. My name is Dylan McDonald, and along with my colleague, Ms. Nancy Rubin, we represent a group of customers of Nova Scotia Power known as the Industrial Group. This group of customers takes service from Nova Scotia Power under the large and medium industrial class, and has been participating and intervening in Nova Scotia Power's rate proceedings for approximately the past 20 years.
I will start your time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Energy, along with materials and labor, is amongst the largest cost inputs to business, all businesses. Therefore, businesses are deeply invested and interested in the rate-making process. Members of the industrial group, like many customers of Nova Scotia Power, prioritize reliable and green energy. They also want cost-effective energy. Reliability is an ongoing effort. It is not just restoration after a storm, but it's also the day-to-day, and includes energy that is delivered to sensitive equipment and does not sag or flicker or shut down operations. We say cost-effective energy and not low-cost energy because the industrial group recognizes that there are costs associated with reliability and costs associated with transitioning to greener energy. The Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board is an independent board that that regulates those costs as proposed by utilities such as Nova Scotia Power. Board members have expertise in law, engineering, and accounting, and are assisted by staff with professional credentials. As you know, and as you've heard from colleagues of mine who have represented other interveners at the board, Nova Scotia Power is currently in its general rate application. This rate application is to set electricity rates for the next 2 years, and it is the first such hearing in 10 years. All of the evidence has been submitted, and all that remains for this process are for the final submissions and the board to render its decision. Within this proceeding, there are approximately 30,000 pages of evidence filed. And the board has heard from approximately 30 experts in their respective fields. There were 9 days of hearings at this general rate application over the course of 2 weeks. The board members making the determination of just and reasonable rates to provide service to customers in Nova Scotia have reviewed each and every piece of evidence, sat through the cross-examination of experts, both from Nova Scotia Power as well as from interveners. The board has also assessed each witness's credibility and reliability to give evidence in that process. Based on this general rate application process, the board is well-equipped and well-informed to set just and reasonable rates so that customers receive safe and reliable service, and the province is set on the path to greener energy. It has the regulatory tools to moderate rate impacts. Setting a maximum rate by statute may have unintended consequences for ratepayers for years to come, whether that be the deferring of capital projects that lead us to more reliable and green energy, or whether it is a downgrade of Nova Scotia Power by the bond rating agencies, and as a result, the associated increase in the cost of debt. The industrial group is concerned about the potential long-term implications of Bill 212. If the outcome is an erosion of Nova Scotia Power's ability to deliver reliable and cost-effective energy to its customers while meeting environmental targets and mandates, the industrial group questions whether the government has specific plans to address this potential gap. And based on this legislation, what the expected role of the regulator will look like both now and into the future. Those are my submissions, and once again, members of the committee, Mr. Chair, Legislative Council, thank you for your time to speak to this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald, and appreciate your comments. We'll go now to members of the committee for questions. There are none. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, MLA Burrell.
Well, thank you for bringing this perspective. I wanted to just go back to our hearings earlier today. The consumer advocate was speaking along a pretty similar line of reasoning to what you've been saying. And in the course of his presentation, he said setting rates on the floor of the legislature poses a serious long-term risk. So I'm wondering, do you agree with this?
I'm sorry, Speaker. Recognize Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Burrow, for the question. I think that Mr. Mahoney's perspective on that was one that we largely share as the industrial group. We do have this independent regulator, the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, which has immense expertise in the area of setting rates, and we believe that the setting of rates and obfuscating of that process is definitely, as Mr. Mahoney had put it, poses substantial risk to the viability of ratepayers to pay these types of rates in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time and your. Oh, I have
Once
one
again.
more. MLA Nicol.
Just to clarify, and in your conclusion in the last paragraph where you said potential long-term implications, are you referring to the goal that we're all trying to achieve by 2030 or beyond that?
Recognize the Speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Nicol, for the question. I think that it's twofold in that respect with regard to the long-term effects that could be held. And again, I do think that Mr. Mahoney described this accurately, but I think that really the twofold effect is, firstly, the impact on achieving the reliability targets, or the reliability that we require in Nova Scotia. And secondly, the potential implications for this regulatory process, which has an excellent track record and has done so well for ratepayers in the past in terms of both investigating the issues and rendering just and reasonable decisions.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Once again, thank you.
So that concludes our list of presenters. So I'll go to MLA Smith to look for a motion to close the public hearing on Bill 208 and 212.
I will, sir, but before that, I'd like to make a motion that we extend by 30 minutes if need be. No? Oh, Gordon says no, we're okay. I respectfully withdraw the thought of that motion.
Thank you very much for
I
bringing
move to
it
close
forward.
debate on Bills 208 and 212.
We have a motion on the floor to close the public hearing on 208 and Bill 212. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Thank you. So we'll now go into amendments that may come forward on the two of them. I'm going to start in order with Bill 208, and I do know that there is an amendment, LAC NDP 1 for Bill 208, and Ledge Council is passing that out. So we do have a motion passed out. I'll turn things over to MLA LeBlanc, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I would like to move this amendment. Page 6, Clause 3, add after proposed section 112ZC the following section. 112ZD 1, a regulated facility shall not pass on or charge its customers any amounts paid in accordance with this part and the regulations. 2, an owner or operator of a regulated facility who fails to comply with subsection 1 is guilty of an offense. And then renumber proposed sections and change cross-references accordingly. So this is essentially a way to safeguard in terms of the, this is 208, right? So we're talking about the half a hybrid, if you know what I mean. This is a way to safeguard that any quote-unquote carbon tax or price on carbon will not be passed on to the customers. So for instance, Nova Scotia Power will be part of the large emitters group, and that Nova Scotia Power would not be allowed to pass on its price on carbon onto the ratepayers. That's essentially what this is saying.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have the motion in front of us on the floor, moved by MLA LeBlanc. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, I will ask for a call for the question on the motion then. All those in favor, please signify with aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. Sorry. So we will now ask to look for a motion on Bill 208 to refer back. And I would recognize MLA Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 208 be referred back to the House without amendment.
Motion to move back. All those in favor with an aye, please. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And we'll move that back. Thank you. So we'll move on now to Bill 212. There are a number of amendments. I'll start with the government amendment because that was the one that I had on my list to do first. And then there are two amendments from the NDP party as well, which we'll do. I'll just give everyone a second to read that. There's not much there to read. And I'll go to MLA Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the members and our colleagues can see, we are deleting one word from one clause of this bill, and we're doing so for two reasons. One is to bring it consistent. So if you look in the explanatory notes, there's a very similar section. 3B in the explanatory notes says reliability of service to ratepayers. So we're mirroring that language in 3B of the actual body of the legislation. And we're also doing it because we don't want to limit what this bill can do. So if we limit that it's just for distribution, that mainly refers to the wires, and we want this legislation to have a broader scope. So those are the two reasons why we're doing it. Nothing nefarious, nothing bad. We're not trying to sneak anything past anyone here. We're making it consistent and making it clear.
Thank you for the clarification. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, I would ask those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. That has passed. Thank you. We now will go to the two amendments for the NDP party. And I'll ask, I'm sorry, they're going to be submitted by MLA Burrell. I'll recognize MLA Burrell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the text for these amendments is as it was presented in the presentation to the committee earlier today from the Affordable Energy Coalition. So you should have a document, recommendations regarding Bill 212, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act from the Affordable Energy Coalition, which on its page 3 provides at the bottom an amendment, which I will read, and at the top of its page 4 provides for another amendment, which I will also read.
If you could, MLA Burrell, I just want to make sure everybody is on side. Does everybody have that?
Sir? Would it be helpful, Mr. Chair, if we took 2 minutes to copy it? The submission itself?
Do members want it?
Yep.
There we go. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure everybody had a copy. And I'm sorry, MLA Burrell, so that was on page?
On page 3,
Yes.
the final paragraph proposes an amendment at 67.1, the addition of the words, except as required for purposes of rate assistance programs to address energy poverty for low-income domestic residential customers.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor by MLA Burrell. Do you want to discuss like a quick intro, or I'll recognize MLA Burrell, please.
Thank you. I think the case for this was made very forcefully by the presenter for the Affordable Energy Coalition earlier today, that his central argument was that this is an issue with a long history, but that this particular moment is a moment when, with changes, fundamental changes being made in the approach to rates at a time of an inflationary crisis, it's a singular moment to include in the changes being made provisions to provide for what's been called previously a universal services program, which is simply being referred to here as rate assistance programs by which energy poverty can be addressed through the rate structure itself. So I move it.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we do have a motion that's moved by MLA Burrell. Any other comments on this? If not, I'll go for a vote on this one. All those in favor, please signify with aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. And we'll move to MLA Burrell for the second one.
Thank you. So on the following page of that same submission, a second paragraph, this is B1 of page 4, proposes an amendment at 67.2 of the Public Utilities Act, which I'll read. As follows: notwithstanding subsection 1, the board will conduct such research and direct NSPI to conduct such pilot programs as it deems appropriate to determine the most effective program designed to reduce energy poverty for low-income domestic residential consumers. This research shall consider alternative sources of financing for such a program, such as general tax revenues or different rates paid by ratepayers. This research shall be conducted in cooperation with the Consumer Advocate, the Affordable Energy Coalition, Nova Scotia Power Incorporated, and any other parties the board deems appropriate. And we would include in the motion the subsequent numbering changes that it would call for.
Thank you, MLA Burrell. So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Recognize MLA Burrell.
I will say here similarly that the Affordable Energy Coalition is here suggesting that what the presenter called this morning a first step be taken in this moment towards the development of a universal services program. He spoke in particular about paralleling some of the initiatives that have been taken in Ontario. So this speaks only about pilot programs being established so that the goal of differential rate structure that would provide relief for those who experience energy poverty can finally be advanced in Nova Scotia. So I move this amendment.
Thank you, MLA. Any further? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please signify with aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. That is defeated. Looking for a motion now to looking for a motion to refer this back to Bill number 212, the Public Utilities Act, to refer that back to the House without amendment, and I'm going, or as amended, I'm sorry, thank you. And I would go to MLA Sheehy-Richard.
I wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we would, MLA Sheehy-Richard, we're looking for a motion to refer Bill 212, Public Utilities Act, back to the House as amended.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do make a motion to refer the Bill 212 back to the House with amendments. With amendment.
We have a motion. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you. And before we conclude today's meeting, I would point out any of the submissions that are here. I do try to ensure that the appropriate ministers receive those. So if there are recommendations that were presented today, I try to make sure that they hear them. And with that, I want to thank everybody for your time today. Have all the best this evening, and give out lots of candy. Thank you, everyone. Till tomorrow. Bye-bye.